Hello. Yes, very good morning to everyone. Uh, yeah, I am Shweta Lokhande, and I welcome you all to this workshop, a very timely workshop, wastewater recycling technologies, options, policy issues, and decision making. So, uh, I welcome you all on behalf of the American Society of Civil Engineers, the EWRI, that is the Environmental and Water Resources, under which the Water Use Task Committee has initiated this particular workshop. So before we move on into the technical sessions, I would like to welcome uh, Colonel Bhaskar Tatwavadi, who will brief us about like the purpose of the Water Use Task Committee. So I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Shweta. Good morning to all the water professionals and water enthusiasts. Uh, we regret this delay, but there are many professionals on their way to the venue, and we expect soon they will be joining us. Uh, the this is an event which is being conducted under the aegis of the Water Reuse Task Committee of the American Society of Civil Engineers and the Environmental Water Resources Institute. This task committee has been constituted under the mother committee, which is the Advanced Renewable Energy Technologies Committee. And coming to the Water Reuse Task Committee, the vision is to cultivate the manpower capabilities, organizational facilities to support effort by local, state, regional, national and international activities for promoting effective practices for the reuse of water. Uh, with that vision, the mission is to develop materials and disseminate information, technologies and practices for promoting water use, reuse, improving water reuse practices, expanding knowledge for water reuse, sharing experiences with successful case studies, which we will be doing today, disseminating technical information on water reuse practices, and developing guidelines for implementing the water reuse practices in India and in the context of the global trends. We have this is a committee which is which has an international flavor with a number of experts from the United States. Uh, I am Colonel Bhaskar Tatwavadi. I happen to be the chair of this committee. With me on my team are Dr. S. Srinivas Rao. He is based in Columbus, Ohio, and he has his own consulting organization. We have Dr. Berin Tansel. She is the head of Environmental Engineering Department at the Florida State International University, based in Miami. We have Dr. Pradeep Kalbar, who is here with us, Associate Professor at the IIT Bombay in the Center for Urban Studies and Engineering. We have Dr. Kirti Goyal. She is the Secretary of the committee. She is based at Jalandhar with the lovely university. We have Mr. Pranay Bahel. He is the Director of WaterNext Solutions, the organization which is sponsoring the event today. We have Mr. DVS Prasad, who was until recently heading the National Taste House in Mumbai, which is under the Ministry of Consumer Affairs and is located in across the road from Seeps. We have Dr. Varun Kasarneni. He is at Gannon University, Rhode Island, USA. We have Mr. Gaurav Bhatt, who is based in Bangalore in India. We have Mr. Chris Fernandez from DuPont Water Solutions on the committee. We have Mr. Vikas Brahmavar, Boson Water Technologies from Bangalore. We also have Dr. Kisuke Ikehata, who is Assistant Professor, Water and Wastewater Engineering at Texas State University. And finally, Mr. J. Hunter Adams, who has his own environmental laboratory based in Wichita Falls, Texas, USA. So this is in brief the composition of the committee, and under the committee, this is our first workshop, our first effort, a baby step you may say, to promote water reuse in India and also to share the knowledge and experiences of the people who have been working in the field of water and wastewater engineering today. So I welcome you all on behalf of the committee, and we will start the session now. Over to you, Shweta.
Thank you, sir, for that introduction. Today's workshop is hosted by MCMCR, which is a unique facility in itself. And before moving further, I would like to invite Mr. Prakash Sirsat, sir, to tell us more about the initiative and about MCMCR.
Thank you, Shweta. Welcome you all to MCMCR. Might be few of you have already visited, and knowing this, of course, this is a newly established institute established by BMC. This is first of its kind institute that is established by any municipal corporation in India. The institute is set up in 2019, just before the COVID. And we have actually started functioning since 2022, because 2 years we lost in COVID. The main aim of the institute is the knowledge the BMC have. We know that BMC is the premier institute or the premier municipal corporation in India. And we have long history, we have long experience. We know that it is one of the richest corporation in India. So we have experimented so many things. So this is not the case for all other corporations, and really everyone cannot experiment, cannot have to afford all these things. So why not to share all these experiences, these resources? We have hundreds of engineers having worked for 30, 35 years in corporations, and having such a great experience about the various services. So why not to utilize that experience and share this knowledge with all other corporations, small corporations, municipal councils, nagar panchayats, because the problem of every corporation is almost same. Recently I happened to have the European Union delegates to meet European Union delegates. There was one meeting in IIT Bombay where there was a review of all the projects. So even I got feedback from them that at international level also the problems are same. So there has to be an institute like this where we can share the knowledge. Of course, it is not that in all fields or all services BMC is the experts. Of course, there are small corporations, they have developed some solutions. So there has to be a mechanism where we can share, we can understand their expertise, their case studies, and share with all other corporations. So far in India at least there is no such mechanism, and we are fortunate to have this. In 2018 or somewhere, our Director General, Dr. Ramanath Jha sir, is a retired IAS officer. Then Honorable Municipal Commissioner Ajay Mehta sir, and then Honorable Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis sir. All they had their idea of having such institute, because this building was handed over by MHADA to BMC under some accommodation reservation policy. So out of their idea, this institute was set up. Since then, we have established initially 4 divisions environment, mechanical, electrical, civil, and one is GIS. So initially, we have set up 4 divisions and we have already started working. We have as a apex body, as a governing body, where Honorable Municipal Commissioner is a president and all additional commissioners are also members of the committee. So this is an independent, though it is set up by BMC, it is an independent body. So we have some freedom to associate with the people. Yesterday, last week, we had signed MOU with Norwegian water cluster. Even at international level, we can associate. We have already MOUs with IIT Bombay, ICT, TIS, Tata Institute, then NIUA, National Institute of Urban Affairs, CEPT University, Ahmedabad. So all these reputed institutes we have already associated. The main aim is to bridge the gap between the academic technologists and the corporations, because everybody is working at their own place. But some sort of association is required where jointly we can work and look towards the problem and everybody can put their own expertise. So that is the main aim of this institute, where we have that freedom to associate with all these and provide the solution. The main objectives of or the activities of the institute are, we are doing the capacity building of the corporations in terms of training, consultancy and research. So training we are providing specific, there are so many training institutes, but the peculiarity is we are sort of providing need-based training. Like in next week, there are 140 engineers from PCMC, Pune, Pimpri Chinchwad Municipal Corporations are coming. They said that we are newly recruiting the employees, so engineers, so they want induction training. So what we did, we sent our tour to faculties there. They stayed there for 1 week, studied their working and developed a module for them. So this is the peculiarity. In last month, we had a training for Nagpur Municipal Corporation, 50 engineers of Nagpur Municipal Corporation. So this is training, it's not a need-based and their actual requirement or developed modules for them. Then in consultancy, we have already just in last week, we finished a work of preparation of development plan of Akola Municipal Corporations. So this was our first consultancy job in last year we had taken. So we submitted our PLU and this work is finished. So we have prepared a development plan for Municipal Corporation of Akola. And in research, we are already working with IIT Bombay and NITI or IIM Mumbai for projects for early detection of flood and all those things. So these are the practical research actually. This is practical research. These are practical consultancy, hand-holding support. So to provide this support to all other ULBs is the aim of this. And this is the forum where, the mechanism where all we can work together. So we have our website, you can go through, we have the facilities, we have time, you can have around more than 25-30 facilities. We rent out these facilities, we are freedom to associate with technology providers, institutes and everyone. So you all are welcome. In any respect, you can anytime you can come to our institute and we can work together for solving such problems of the municipal corporation in various municipal services. So once again, I welcome you all to the institute, and I'm thankful to Tatwadi sir for arranging this one important and crucial subject workshop on seminar at MCMCR. Thank you very much.
Fantastic institute, fantastic location, and fantastic facilities. Big hand for
Like for industry, suppose you want to have suppose like pilot projects, we can help you to you can associate with us and all the help required to contact or coordinate with the municipal corporation.
Okay.
That we can provide. So we can work together for pilot projects like you can conduct any workshops or any sessions where at least we'll try to call all the corporations. Few trainings we have conducted with the help of USAID or international organizations, where they have called all the first training was NCAP training, where National Clean Air Program, 19 non-attainment cities in Maharashtra, they wanted to provide training to these people.
So we can get the training calendar from the website probably.
Yeah, training, but we are not actually more into a standard training. So that's
Customized,
customized training. Of course, that will be also there. We have good trainings of GIS. Now we are implementing GIS to all the utilities and departments of BMC. Even we are providing consultancies to BMC as well.
Okay.
So all the departments of BMC, we have a specialized GIS center here. So that sort of things. Even we are providing consultancy to BMC also.
Okay.
So we will be having some standard courses also, but as on date we are doing some customized courses. But of course, in next year, some few standardized courses will be also
noted. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Siddharth Desai. I am the Joint Managing Director at Kishore Pumps, and also I work with Center for Ganga River Basin Management Studies with NMCG. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sandeep Pandharkar. I am Mumbai-based consultant for water and sewage projects, currently handling STPs, WTPs for Manipur, Uttarakhand, etc. Primarily in Jal Jeevan Mission projects. I am a mechanical engineer, but I have a team who we are providing design engineering for hydraulics, electromechanical, everything. Thank you.
Good morning all. My name is Atul Joshi. I am from Reliance Industries Limited. At my company, I look after the MEP services design and water infrastructure development.
Good morning all. I'm Praveen Singh Rajput. I'm an environmental engineer. I'm from Ecotech Engineering Consultancy. I'm the design and proposal head for Ecotech Engineering Consultancy. Thank you.
Good morning all. My name is Sagar Kharche. I'm from Ecotech Engineering. I look after the operations at Pune under branch head.
Good morning all. I am Anil Sawant. I am a first year MTech student of VGTI College.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Mahesh Kulkarni. I am from DuPont Water Solutions. We are basically, technology suppliers, technology providers for various filtration technologies. And good to be a part of this, session where we'll have good interaction and knowledge sharing. I think, thanks, MCMR, for organizing this, and look forward to the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good morning everyone. Chirag Verma from DuPont Water Solutions, working as a project sales and services manager. Looking after the ultrafiltration portfolio like MBS, submerged and pressurized UF. Thank you.
Good morning all. I am Mehul Agrawal. I am work in the water infrastructure solutions, and I am currently associated with Atkins Realis. Thank you.
Good morning everyone. I am Omkar Gazre. I am a second year Master of Environmental Engineering student from MIT World Peace University, and since the last 1 month I am working in the Department of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Maharashtra.
Good morning everyone. My name is Nitin Pandit. I am in Environmental and Ecological Engineering, and I'm currently focused on small towns and places, especially in Ratnagiri district.
Hello and good morning to all. This is Lakshman Gaikwad. I am associated with Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, and I am currently working on the project related to water and wastewater management of secondary Indian cities.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Pranay Behel from WaterNext Solutions. We are an EPC company specializing in industrial wastewater treatment and reuse, zero liquid discharge. I'm sure you'll hear about our company during second half of the day, and I look forward for this opportunity to interact with all of you. Thank you.
I am Ravichandran from Tamil Nadu. I am working for WaterNext Solutions for 20 years, more than 20 years, and looking after sales in my marketing division.
Hi, good morning, everyone. We are from WaterNext Solutions. We look forward to this workshop to be a great success. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Bhaskar. I work with Smart Water and Waste World. Many of you probably know Kailash Rotkar. So we work together to a community building platform, and we also organize similar workshops.
Hi, good morning, all. Myself, Girish Kale from Veolia Water Technology Solutions, and predominantly we are into the various different technologies, mainly focusing on the membrane side. Thank you.
Good morning, all. This is Ajit Khandeshe. I am the Managing Director of Kwan Environmental Solutions. We are into small capacity sewage treatment and recycling plants.
Good morning to one and all present here. My name is Yash Solanki. I am from Nikmar University, Pune. MBA ENS from the School of Energy and Environment.
Good morning all. My name is Smita Patil. I am currently pursuing my MBA in Environmental Sustainability from Nikmar University, Pune. I have also my own startup in wastewater treatment. Thank you.
Good morning everyone. I am Sriram from Nikmar University, Pune. Currently pursuing an MBA in Environmental Sustainability.
Yeah, good morning. I am Dr. J. Sudarshan. I am Head of School of Energy and Environment from Nikmar University, Pune. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, especially Bhaskar Tatawade sir and Dilip Sonavane sir. Yeah, so I think it is a good platform there. Academic and industry can collaborate, and many initiatives can be taken up further. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Dr. Ajit Salvi, Deputy Chief Engineer, Sewerage Operation, Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Pradeep Kalwar, faculty at Center for Urban Science and Engineering, IIT Bombay.
Hello, everybody. I am Shrikant Argade. I was hydraulic engineer and deputy municipal commissioner in MCGM, retired in 2019. Now, currently, I am working as advisor for CIDCO.
Okay, thank you everyone for that wonderful introductions. So the first session that we have is on wastewater treatment technologies and process options. So for that, I would like to invite Dr. Ajit Salvi for chairing the session. I request you, sir, to come on the dais and present your opening remarks on the theme of this particular session.
Hello. Yes, mic testing. So once again, good morning and welcome to all. So very nice session today. We are thanks to all organizers. Really the need of an hour that we are trying and we're thinking or discussing whole day for water use. Sir, big thanks to. Let us give a good applause. Now, to be very frank, first session is on wastewater treatment technologies and process option. Say to begin with, we can say scarcity of water and all other things well versed because all are experts from the industries, from the water sector and wastewater sector. But to give the few lines, I can say that, it is said or it is a data published that by 2025, almost 2.8 billion population from 48 countries will be covered under water scarce city or water scarce population will be there. So that is not a good thing. It is an alarming situation. Coming to the India, if you talk about the India, almost we are having the population percentage-wise, it is about 17% of the population we are covering. And everybody is aware that it will be increasing day by day. Not a good sign. But from fresh water side, we have only 4% of the fresh water supply across, say, if you consider from the world. And as far as the nature is concerned, we have got almost 1000 mm of annual rainfall, average rainfall. It is very good. But this annual rainfall, maximum rainfall or more than 50% of the rainfall is received in 15 days of the year. You can see now we are in Mumbai. Say Mumbai was supposed to be a good for rainfall and all. Almost 2500 mm rainfall average generally we received. But in last year, 2023, August was almost dry. So that is the effect what happening because of climate change and all other things what we are, global warming and all these issues we are discussing. Now how to address this issue or how to address this problem related to water scarcity. See, one thing is that we have to develop, we have to augment water resources, we have to go for new, say, water resources for the population, like what we are doing in Mumbai also. We are bringing water from almost 100 to 150 kilometers away from the city. So we can develop new resources, but that is not the only solution because I said the population of the world is increasing and fresh water supply is decreasing. So what is the key? Desalination is not, no doubt somebody will discuss about desalination, but that can be it can be a regular phenomena. It can be a water, say, security issue. We can think about the water security issue. So wastewater treatment and reuse of the wastewater treatment, that can be a good key. That is the issue and we can think about that. And when we are thinking about wastewater management, wastewater treatment for the recycle and reuse, definitely the first thing comes into picture is what? Key, we have to develop certain technology. So that technologies can be, there can be different aspect to discuss about the technology. For the first, see, so far as a session chair, I'm supposed to talk or I'm just inviting various, presenters for the wastewater treatment technologies and process option. And out of that, our first presenter will be Colonel Bhaskar Tatwawadi. He will be talking about the wastewater treatment standard, one size fit for all and water use. I think you will introduce. Thank you. Okay. Take this.
Hello. Yes. So I'll just introduce the first speaker of this session. Colonel Bhaskar Tatwawadi is an retired army veteran and a civil engineer from VNIT Nagpur with a master's degree in environmental engineering, engineering from IIT Roorkee, and he has over 49 years of professional experience, which includes the construction of water treatment plants and also the design of several sewerage projects for military, naval, and air stations. He also specializes in technology and process evaluation, analyzes and application to several industrial effluent recycle projects for automobiles and textile industry. He has also taught the PG students at Pune University from 1996 to 2001 and a prolific writer, articulate on water reclamation. He often shares his insights in national and international events. A nominated member of the Advanced Renewable Energy Technologies Committee, ARETC, of the Environmental and Water Resource Institute of the ASCE. He is a senior mentor for water sector engineers. He is the chair of the Water Reuse Task Committee of the ASCE EWRI. And interestingly, he is also pursuing his doctoral studies at the IIT Bombay. And he is probably the youngest research scholar we have in our institute. So that is an indicator of his passion for the sector. Yeah. So welcome you, sir.
I'll sit there.
काय करायचं ते हे लाईट बंद करायचं आहे का? कुठे कनेक्ट करायचं अच्छा ओके ठीक आहे याच्यावरच करतो So, good morning again. My question to all water professionals and water reuse enthusiasts. Does one size fit all? So when we talk about reuse, we are talking about different applications of reuse. So this is the theme of my presentation. The context, the first baby step towards the water treatment and conservation of water resources was our Water Act 1974. This was followed by the Water Rules 1975. The Air Act came in 1981. Rules came in 1982. The Environment Act, which was the pioneer for the pollution prevention and control of pollution, came in 1986 along with the rules. And the Schedule 1 of the Environment Act, or rather the rules, laid the standards for emission or discharge of environmental pollutants. So, my presentation is structured in this manner. I touched upon the Water and Environment Acts. I will talk about the wastewater generation, conveyance and treatment, followed by the discharge standards, status of existing water resources and sources in the country, status of municipal wastewater treatment, imperatives for the treated water reuse, TWR or TWWR or the wastewater are all synonyms, and I'm sure everybody here understands. What were the traditional reuse practices? Then the NGT ruling on discharge standards, which was a disruptive development in the country. The debate and reflections on the various aspects of water reuse. The Water Act laid the foundation for pollution control of our water sources. It also defined and established the central and state pollution control boards. The authority and responsibilities to control pollution was clearly defined and devolved to the respective boards, and they were expected to discharge their responsibilities and exercise the authority to conserve the various environmental attributes within the country. Did this happen is a moot point. Now, following this, some of the states, they classified the water sources into suitable categories. It happened in Maharashtra, I am aware of it. Class A was classified as suitable for drinking without treatment, going down to Class F, which was not fit for use. While I was pursuing my post-graduation, the first mission to clean Ganga was started by the then Prime Minister Honorable Mrs. Gandhi. But in the following decades, that is following the Act of 1974, urbanization and industry expansion, it resulted in unabated pollution of all surface and groundwater sources. Now, to address this problem came the Environment Act of 1986. The Schedule 6 of the Rule 3A, It laid down the general standards for discharge of environmental pollutants. Part A, effluents. There are a total of 39 parameters with color and order and ending with nitrate nitrogen. These are specified in this Schedule 6. The 4 categories of the receiving environments at that time, as per the situation which prevailed at that time, were inland surface water, public sewers, land disposal for irrigation, and marine coastal areas. And there were different standards for disposal of the wastewater into these different receiving bodies. Now, the Environment Act, Annexure 1, gave the guidelines for the state boards to enforce the standards which were specified in the Schedule 6. The wastewaters and gases are to be treated with the best available technology in order to achieve the prescribed standards prescribed within the Act. The industries need to be encouraged for recycling and reuse of waste materials as far as practicable. So this recycle and reuse is not something which we have invented in the 21st century. It has been there at the back of the minds of the wise people who brought this act into life, and they have said that this recycling and reuse has to be encouraged across the materials which are used as far as practicable. The industries are to be encouraged for recovery of biogas, energy and reusable materials. So there is nothing left uncovered within the Act. Finally, while permitting the discharge of effluent and emission into the environment, state boards have to take into account the assimilative capacities of the receiving bodies, especially water bodies, so that quality of the intended use of receiving waters is not affected. Very wise words. Where such quality is likely to be affected, discharge should not be allowed into water bodies. However, in spite of having the Act, the will to implement the Act was lacking, and we created a mess, continued to create this mess for the next 20-30 years. Coming to water availability in India, what we had in 1951, the population of about 36 crores rose to 140 crores in 2023. The water scenario and the water availability reduced from over 5,000 here to about 1,100. That is the situation today, and we are all aware of it. Water used by the sector, roughly 80% is used for agriculture, 12% for domestic, 3% for industry, and 4% for all other uses and losses. Now, this is the most important part, wastewater generation and treatment, and what we are going to do about this. The CPCB report of 2021 talks about the sewage generation from urban areas over 72,000 million liters every day, whereas the installed treatment capacity was only about under 32,000 MLD. The National Water Policy of 2012, it mandated that recycle and reuse of water as a general norm to be practiced and advocated treatment to specified standards before reuse of wastewater. It provided for properly planned tariff system to incentivize reuse of treated water. So if we look at the aspect of reuse of wastewater, there is not even a single area which was not addressed in the last decade or the decades preceding those. So the reuse of treated water in various sectors including industries, agriculture and others. It also mentioned that reuse of urban wastewater from kitchen and bathrooms after primary treatment should be encouraged in toilets, ensuring no human contact. Regrettably, none of these aspects were implemented forcefully by the agencies which were responsible for those. Very recently, that is in November 22, we have created a national framework for safe reuse of treated water. This has been issued by the Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation in November 22 under the Ministry of Jal Shakti. Now the national status of wastewater, the installed capacity was close to 32,000 MLD. The actual treatment was about 27,000 MLD. So just 29 to 30% of wastewater was having some kind of treatment. Now, this is what happened in April and May 2019. The Honorable National Green Tribunal set new effluent discharge standards, and it made it mandatory that they would apply to all wastewater treatment facilities regardless of their location in metro and non-metro cities, and also regardless of the receiving environment. That is to say, whether the receiving environment was inland water bodies or marine coastal environment, the standards would not change. So this is the source, the order of the National Green Tribunal regarding effluent discharge standards for STPs of 30th April was updated on 8th May 2019, the same year. Now these revised standards gave a big boost to the recycle reuse effort, because in principle if you agree that some kind of treatment is to be done to the wastewater, that is the sewage, then with incremental expenditure you can treat it to a level where it can be used. So that is the meaning of the last statement. Okay. Now these are the standards which were suggested, or rather which were to be implemented according to the National Green Tribunal May 2019 directive. BOD less than 10, COD less than 50, suspended solids less than 20, total nitrogen less than 10, TDS less than 2100 milligrams, and total coliform less than 100. If we compare these with the bathing water quality, then we have BOD less than 3, COD less than 20, suspended solids almost negligible, total nitrogen less than 5, TDS not applicable, total coliform to be absent. And many of the plants which were being designed subsequent to the ruling of the National Green Tribunal were to be designed for these standards. I think there has been some dilution in them now, but the guidelines they remain the same, and the dilution is for non-metro cities of I think class 2 or class 3. Yeah. So we now come to the concept and philosophy of water reuse. Water management is a social responsibility of engineers who must diligently ensure good water use and reuse practices. And since the water and wastewater management is with the municipal bodies, councils and state water and wastewater boards and some state industrial organizations, progressively reducing freshwater availability makes it compulsory for us to reuse treated wastewater as the only practical and viable alternative to conserve the existing water sources and make sure that water is available for all our requirements. With that in view, I have been advocating that the existing operational wastewater treatment plants, all of them should be designated as water sources. Okay. So all the existing and emerging policies for management of water supply projects, they should also mandate the project life cycle sustainability by providing for water reuse. In the urban settings, the wastewater treatment plants, they constitute our captive and available water source. The session chair mentioned that Mumbai gets water from 150 kilometers, Bangalore gets from 120 kilometers and 700 meters lift. Chennai, whenever it gets, because it is not normal, gets from again Viranam and other locations which are close to 100 kilometers. So this is the status of most of the metro cities. But the water which comes to Mumbai and is available in Mumbai, approximately 4,000 MLD, goes into the sea. Even today it goes into the sea without treatment, and they say that about 3,200 MLD goes into the sea. If this 3,200 can be reused, even half of it can be reused, then what we get from Vaitarna and Tansa and all other sources can be reduced to that degree. And there are several reuse applications which we will see in a little while. So the reuse of all treated wastewater for our needs is imminent, and again the redesignation of wastewater treatment plants as the water sources is a must. When we talk about the issues which are involved in the water reuse, we have the technology and process options, the financial viability of the projects including capex, opex, and the life cycle cost per unit of use. When we talk about the financial viability and work out the cost, we talk about water cost and the sewage treatment cost in different compartments. There is a need to combine all these and talk about overall cost of unit capacity per cubic meter from the source to the reuse option. Water demand is always increasing. It is not likely to reduce, whether it is for domestic, commercial, institutional or industrial use. Storage and distribution of water. When we talk about reuse options and when we talk about the treated wastewater characteristics, there may be a need to store it separately, have a separate distribution network. These are the options which we have to examine. And most importantly, the psychological barriers, the mental block to use treated wastewater which exists globally, not just in India, has to be overcome. So there has to be information, communication and education for awareness, confidence building among the people that what we are providing is coming out of a robust treatment system, is not harmful and can be safely used. This is very important. And acceptance in general by the public. So when I talk about the acceptance, the PUB of Singapore comes to mind. Now this National Framework for Safe Reuse of Treated Water, which was issued in 2022, just a couple of years ago, this has got some limitations. It recommends that the treated wastewater be utilized for municipal uses like landscaping, parks, toilet flushing and firefighting with appropriate quality norms. For groundwater recharge, it advises stringent quality standards, monitoring and compliance measures. Although it talks about appropriate quality norms, what these quality norms should be is not defined. It is left to the imagination of the people who are going to design the plants. It doesn't define the standards for the end users. There is no mention of standards for usage in construction. Construction industry consumes a hell of a lot of water. There is no mention of standards. Now, without these standards in place, this framework is incomplete. Secondary treated wastewater is used in spray guns that are used to suppress dust but has microbial contaminants. This I am quoting from the framework. When treated wastewater is used for irrigation, it should not contain heavy metals. Although these are the guidelines, what exactly should be done, what kind of treatment regime has to be there, none of that is mentioned in the national framework. Okay, so information, communication, education, and need for a behavior change, mooting the idea that the treated water may be used even for potable purposes with necessary safeguards is completely missing. The framework does not consider use of the treated wastewater for direct potable reuse. Water reuse has to be safe and sustainable. Again, on this there is no difference of opinion. The most significant driver is water scarcity that mandates alternatives. The biggest barriers are lack of monitoring and control. Very true, but how do we overcome this is not mentioned. Lack of integrated water management and coordination among the stakeholders is one of the aspects of water reuse. Again, true, but the guidelines don't talk about, or the framework doesn't talk about any alternatives or to alleviate this problem. Workshops are needed to train Indian water professionals to design, implement and manage wastewater treatment and water reuse on city scale. This is my view, which is why we are conducting this workshop, and hope that this workshop is the first in a chain of similar workshops, not just here in Mumbai but in the country. And finally, my question: should there be a uniform standard for treated wastewater to be discharged or reused, or can we grade the treatment in a manner that different grades of treated wastewater is available for different reuse applications? So when I talk about the reuse applications, what comes to mind is sewers flushing. This is the public sewers flushing, which requires the red colored, that is the least quality available among the treated wastewaters. Probably just primary treated or secondary treated wastewater can be used. Next we go to agriculture, horticulture, gardening, where some degree of human touch is involved. So we need a little more refinement in the quality of wastewater to be used. Firefighting, again, there may be some chance of human contact. So similar degree of treatment for firefighting. Dust suppression, again the same quality. Next is the wastewater to be used for washing of vehicles, cars, trains. So you need little better quality. Industrial reuse, depending on the application, the wastewater has to be treated to a much higher level. Toilets flushing in residential buildings where it is contactless can compromise the wastewater treatment to some level. Source restoration, again, when we are taking it back to the source after treatment, then the quality can be slightly inferior. When it is going for deep injection for aquifer recharge, the quality may be slightly compromised. And when we are going to use it for direct potable reuse, all those safeguards which are required to give us the water of the quality specified by the World Health Organization or by the Indian standards IS 10500, we have to stick to that, and we have to stick to that sustainably, robustly, as is the case with the Public Utility Board of Singapore, which is using the treated wastewater for direct potable reuse. So this is the rationale for graded standards. Reuse application should dictate the treated wastewater parameters, which means that the treatment can be graded and designed to reach the respective grade. In this context, the Environment Rules 1986, which talked about the 4 different types of receptors and 4 different types of grades of treated wastewater for discharge, they look very logical in retrospect. So similar grades of treated wastewater may be rationalized and the plant design should be done accordingly. Now post-treatment disinfection, storage, conveyance systems and distribution to the point of use should be designed for fail-safe operation of the reuse application. The Indian Water Works Association, which is a big organization and has pan-India presence, it should collaborate with PUB Singapore, American Water Works Association, Environmental Water Resources Institute of the ASC, Water Reuse Association and other agencies to promote reuse of and to develop systems, regimes and standards for treated wastewater for all possible reuse applications, and designate all wastewater treatment plants as water sources and all treated wastewater to be accounted for in water balance at the city, ULB and the regional level. Our water balance does not take into account the wastewater anywhere. There is one more element I just want to mention in passing, but it is a tall order. There is something known as virtual water which comes into the city through the goods and services which are consumed within the city, and that is the invisible water use of the city. Now this element also doesn't come anywhere in the water balance when we discuss the consumption of water in a town or a city. But for the moment we leave that aside. We talk only about the water and wastewater as a single entity to be considered when we talk of water balance. When we draw the water cycle, we have a source which we draw water from the source, use it, it becomes wastewater, we send it for wastewater treatment. Then we take the reclaimed water, use it again within the city, and from the source we draw only the makeup water. This is the kind of water cycle we should start working on and start teaching the children also that this is the kind of water cycle that should be available, so that only the source provides only the makeup water on a daily basis. Coming to my conclusions, the May 2019 NGT discharge standards created several problems for the water sector rather than solving any problem. The metro cities were hit hard and they couldn't cope with the ruling, and the situation is the same today as it was in 2019. All wastewater treatment plants with primary, secondary and even some tertiary treatment were unable to meet these discharge standards. This was followed by several policy initiatives and directives, and now under Amrut 2 there is a directive for all the towns and ULBs to go for about 20% treated wastewater reuse. Reuse, reclamation and recycle for urban use do not need the same degree of purity and refining of treated wastewater. And for cost and energy savings, graded treatment and standards for reuse could be formulated and promulgated. Flexibility for reuse applications based on the budget of the ULB is ideal to promote water conservation at the source. Finally, one size doesn't fit all, even when it comes to water reuse and wastewater treatment, and this must be accepted, and the guidelines and the standards should be formulated accordingly. Otherwise, this is what is going to happen. This was in the news day before yesterday. The National Green Tribunal was hauled up by the Supreme Court for their high-handedness in dealing with some of the industries. What it has done to the water and wastewater sector is unimaginable, because those May 19 standards are have not been implemented anywhere in India, to the best of my knowledge. If I am wrong, you are free to correct me. But in the water sector, this has created a lot of mess, and we need to clean it up. That is our bounden duty as wastewater engineers. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me patiently. Thank you very much.
Gardening, flushing. There are
Yes.
various use applications of treated wastewater.
Yes.
So do you mean to say that NGT norms, JKI, BOD, COD दाखवलेली आहे, that is not at all applicable to those reuse water? Is it like that?
There is no specified norm for a particular reuse.
So that means that's what I'm saying.
If I go by the NGT norms of 10 BOD, 50 COD, 20
so that is not
TSS,
applicable to those reuse applications at all?
No.
Okay.
The NGT norm doesn't talk about any reuse or any kind of application. It talks about the discharge standard only. Those are the discharge standards.
Not from the use perspective. There is only from the discharge parameters.
Reuse perspective is not there at all in the NGT discharge standards. It is only pollution control aspect which is taken into account.
So you are stressing the need that if you have to use the water for gardening,
Yes,
it
there
should have
could
its
be
own dedicated
there could
norms
be different
and parameters.
standards
Okay.
for water which is to be used for, say, municipal sewers, flushing of municipal sewers twice or thrice a day.
Yeah.
Don't need the drinking water quality.
Of course.
So that is the whole idea. When I say one size doesn't fit all, today we are using the same water quality in our home also.
Yeah.
At a micro level. The water I drink, I use for washing my utensils, washing my clothes,
Yes.
flushing also.
Also.
It is a waste of resources, waste of money.
So you are stressing on this customized parameters
Exactly.
for each application.
Exactly. Or if not each, maybe a group of
Maybe a group, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But some different classification.
Some
and
different classification.
Not the same standard or.
Exactly, sir.
You said it is not present at all.
It is not there.
It is not defined at all.
No, not defined at all.
So there is a need to define those standards for the kind of application we want to undertake.
True.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So I'd just like to add here that I have the order will be 18th December 2023. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, they have modified their guidelines to adopt the NGT standards for recreational use.
Yes.
So now the same standards apply when it's reused for recreational purposes.
But if bathing water quality is different,
Correct.
it is of a higher order than the NGT
Correct,
standards.
correct.
So if recreation involves bathing also, then you would go by the bathing water standards.
Correct, you're right. But here the recreational, what they are defined is as per the manual of MOA.
Yes.
So that's also a gap there.
There is a gap.
Yep, yeah.
There is a gap. There are several gaps actually.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very
Thanks.
much.
Thank you, sir, for the overview of the standards. And I'm sure the big question of the graded standards will also be taken up in the panel discussion. So, moving on further, I would like to invite Mr. Dilip Sonavne. Sir. Sonavne sir is a postgraduate in environmental engineering and with over 30 years of consulting experience. He has handled various positions and he is also associated with major infrastructural developments. He is a fellow member, chartered engineer and member of the professional bodies including the IVA, the Institute of Engineers and the Indian Plumbing Association. And prior to superannuation, he was associated with Tata Consulting Engineers Private Limited in Mumbai, Mahindra Acres Consulting Engineers, and the National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, Nagpur. I welcome you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Sweta. Good afternoon, all. Water crisis we see many times either in newspapers or maybe in the form of morcha and all. Latur, we know, Chennai water crisis, which in the morning we listened. The corporation said we cannot provide water to IT sector and people should work from home. That was the situation even faced by the Chennai. Jaipur conflict between farmers as well as the city authorities. That also we have seen when the Visarpur water, it was proposed to be brought for the Jaipur city. So all these things are visible because of the limited sources and more requirement of the water. Population explosion is one of the key aspects in this. We know we have seen about 800 crores population moving across the world on the surface of the earth, and our share, which was second highest, now we have moved to number 1, crossing the China. Not only that, the major aspect which is coming in that is the urbanization. Urbanization in the sense, in the developed countries where the urbanization is in the range of 60 to 80%, our country, which was less than 20%, is moving in the range of 30 to 40 countries. And our countries are multiples, not 1 or 2 like in overseas countries. The cities with 1 crore 50 lakhs, now they are abundantly available in our country. In Maharashtra itself, you will find 10 cities with that population range. And this population is very large, is very difficult to meet. And many times we have to go for the resources which are beyond the command areas of that particular region. The resources which you try to tap beyond the command area and where the actually conflict starts, and that will also become a future conflict areas for the water management in our country. These are some of the photographs, pics I have taken while doing works in different areas, like open discharges are happening because of the inadequate sewer system, or the dry tube well because of habitations and too much density. These interventions are required because these are little different problems. Not just packaging and putting the sewer lines are going to resolve. We have to go to a more micro level. When we are doing work in Rajasthan, the typical of the walled city, some of you might be knowing about it. The typical of walled city is people have the vertical stacks which they leave just above the ground, and then it goes to the open drains which is meant for the rainwater. Now there is a sewer system or there may not be sewer system, but all this is going to the regular stormwater channels, finding ways to the water sources. When we have prepared the contract packages for such areas, the contractors were quoting almost 40% high. Okay, these are different challenges which you see, because doing work in these areas is very difficult. Like in Mumbai, doing work in the old church is definitely more difficult, but it is the water at sewer side. So we have to see these challenges at the source. If we have to pick all the water, wastewater, and take it to the sources. The other nala, you may see that there is a manhole in that. There is also sewer line. But the natural nala is actually carrying the sewage. This is photograph in Thana. This nala originates from Yevur and finally meets to the sea. So it's all actually polluting the water sources. Some of these numbers Dr. Colonel Tatwaji shared in the beginning. Yes, there is a gap over 50%, 30 to 50% is happening, and it is actually impacting our water resources. 351 stretches on 323 rivers, CPCB has identified and measured the BOD. About 50% river stretches are in the category of mildly polluted to severely polluted category. So one side we are consuming, other side we are discharging and again polluting the sources where we are taking the water. This is really becoming very, very serious and challenging situation. Some of the actions which are happening at the global level, like sustainable development goals. You will find some of the goals like SDG 6, SDG 15, SDC 12. These are talking about the actions required for the water and wastewater management. The Conference of Parties, COP meeting, the last had been at Glasgow. Prior to that, our Prime Minister has accepted 5 major decisions. One of them was the net zero. Net zero, it was regarding the power side by 2070. But as far as the water side is concerned, lot of discussions are happening, and probably we need to achieve it much before than what the power team is doing, and probably it is possible also for us to do it. Even the city livability index, which has been formulated, it has a place in terms of the water index and wastewater index. So many actions have been actually proposed by the government at various levels, at international levels. Some of the best practices I have studied when we were doing the projects for Delhi-Mumbai industrial corridors, and the intent of all these studies like Barcelona is there, Muscat is there, or Keynes, Singapore, the intent was to compare what best practices are there on all the sides of infrastructure, whether it's the water, power, or the transportation side, or the planning aspects, solid waste management, and to take the best aspects for designing our systems. And actually we have done it for one of the projects for Delhi-Mumbai industrial corridor. One which is related to our sector, particularly water and wastewater, is Singapore. Singapore is talking of 4 tap system. The first tap is the water which they collect into estuaries, their storages which are limited, and they use it for the purpose, potable purpose. The other one is the water which they import from the neighboring countries, Malaysia. That cost is also quite high. The third one is the desalination water which they are taking for the sea. And the fourth one which they talk about is the any water. Any water is the tertiary treated water up to the drinking standard. And this is the country where actually the tertiary treated water is used for the drinking purpose. So Singapore is one of the country where best practices in water sector are being adopted. If we see the smart city guidelines, smart city guidelines is definitely talking of high quality of life, but it is again talking of wise management of natural resources. And in that guidelines also you will find various aspects about water management and wastewater management, which have been actually followed for 100 smart cities. Some of the directives with Dr. Tatwavadi also mentioned, National Urban Sanitation Policy 2008, 20% treated wastewater is mandated. Provision of dual piping under building bylaws. It should be checked by all government buildings, which is said, and actually it is happening in many private buildings, particularly in and around Mumbai city. In case the city has got sewage treatment plant, ULB should ensure that treated wastewater is used for recycling, agriculture, horticulture, fire hydrants, construction activities, and industry when they consume in bulk. Particularly for power plants within 50 kilometer range, it is mandatory. And one of the large recycling plant is there in Nagpur for the power plants, which they have been installed, and I think it is on the PPP basis, which is in operation. This project, Bengal Electropolis case study, this is way back in 2009 when the large-scale townships, greenfield townships started coming in our country from 2007 onwards, when there was a boom in real estate. So prior to this, we have done 400 acres for Tishman Square in Hyderabad, the similar project. But that project got shelved, even though we had given good proposals. But this project, Durgapur 1700, it has gone ahead. This is about 175 kilometers from Calcutta. There is also one airport which has been developed, and it is in operation, and this township was mainly to tap the development which was coming in that region. It's a greenfield development, and we had the responsibility of provision of all infrastructure together, all water, power, wastewater, everything together. We had the options of two sources. One is the river Damodar, and other is to take the water from Durgapur municipality. We have done the correspondence with these authorities. The site is located between two rivers, river Ajay on the north side and river Damodar on the west side. There is Tamla Nala, which moves along one edge of our development. And this Tamla Nala connects Ajay river and is disposal at Damodar river. It's a long nala. Both the rivers are about 10 to 30 kilometers from our development. And there is also barrage on Damodar river, where it was possible to get the water for our development. This particular township, 1700, you will find many blue dots. Many water bodies in this particular townships, 22 plus water bodies were existing, and you all know the West Bengal particularly. These water bodies people use for different purposes, including growing of fishes. But because of this, the water table is very good in some of the areas. Actually, these water bodies are actually helping in maintaining the water balance of the region. So we have done the water demand estimation for this township. Domestic needs for drinking, cooking, bathing, washing, and flushing of toilets, gardening, car washing. Institutional needs we have estimated. Gardenings we have estimated. Industrial and commercial uses including air conditioning. This was a mixed-use township, so it had IT parks, it had the residences, then some of the industrial. So actually we have done the good amount of discussions with our architects, master planners to get the different numbers for different purposes. So a normal 135 we have used for domestic households. Hotels we have given 180 per bed. Again, nursing homes or the hostels, boarding schools 135, which is normal. For hospitals we have done 450 per bed, and for the smaller one 350 per bed. These some of the numbers, they are coming from the IS code. Some of the numbers based on our projects where we have done the actual measurements in the past. Offices, canteens also we have covered in this. Gardening, we had no data available, so we have used the AWWA water distribution manual for estimation purpose. The township had two phases, phase 1 and phase 2. So overall water demand we estimated at 38.6 MLD. Out of 38.6 MLD, about 28 was the non-domestic, and balance was the domestic water demand. When we have done the correspondence, see in this you will find the flushing as well as HVAC, it is forming the major non-domestic water demand, and it is actually putting the more pressure on the water requirement, which we have estimated separately by getting the details of all these industries. So non-potable about 22 MLD, and potable demand was about 16.5 MLD. When we did the correspondence with the client, client said they can give only 18 MLD water from the sources. So we have done the integrated resource planning considering water, sewerage and rainwater. All three together. We have also seen other aspects like rainfall, the sewerage, water quality. All these we have studied together to see what is the possible solution to bridge the gap between 38 MLD and 18 MLD. We have suggested some of the interventions like 100% sewerage connections. Even we have given the manholes near to the plot so that there will be access and connectivity to ensure 100% connectivity. We have given the zero discharge solution, 100% recycling of wastewater for non-potable purposes. We have given the sewerage networks, even for the roads, which was 6 lanes plus, we have given the sewage lines along both sides to see that connectivity happens. And treated sewage quality, as per the manual, BOD less than 10 we have adopted. And the concept of water management, like we are taking the water from the sources, we are using it for the potable use. The generated sewage, again treating it, we are taking it back to the system. We have given the double pipelines, separate for the treated water and separate for the non-domestic recycled water. For stormwater drainage, all the existing ponds have been identified, retained. The drains have been connected to these ponds, moving to the natural recharge of the aquifer. Tamla Nala also we have given the rainwater structures, and this will add in future for the groundwater improvements in the project area. For controlling losses at the consumer ends and along the systems, we have given the full system, including complete automation, not just for the water sector, but for everything, including the management of the townships or the earthquakes or the any disasters. Everything will be communicated to the people. So this is one of the high-end townships which we have proposed. So what we achieved, overall potable water requirement from the natural sources have been reduced by 57%. Zero discharge, no discharge of rain to the water bodies. Considerable saving in capital cost. About 800 ml rainwater has been harvested because of the nalas and the Tamla Nala. In terms of the cost, for normal water demand of 38 MLD, when we have estimated from the Damodar river source, 46 crore had been our cost, and for the reduced flow of 18 MLD and balance for the tertiary treated sewage, it was coming as a 29 crore. So there is a direct saving of 17 crores in this process. So client is happy, and during that time they have adopted for a small city like Durgapur, which is actually the tertiary city. This we have seen. What is required is the general awareness with the client, with the people about the use of, again, some more fixtures, low-end consumers fixtures at the consumer's end. These are some of the aspects which give the impact on environment. Net zero, will it be cost effective? Why recycle is important? Moving towards net zero, better environment. Some of the interventions which I have seen in 2002, when BSDP project, I was working on this project in Ghatkopar office. At that time, we had given that tertiary treated sewage should be used for the agriculture purpose. About 2000 MLD should be pumped back to the Kalyan region. This proposal is there in BSDP master plan of 2002. If anybody opens it, it is there. In Mumbai, large-scale hotels, RCF is doing it. In today, when data centers are coming in picture, data centers are actually asking for this water. And we have given one of the proposal in Navi Mumbai. The township of Lodha, Palava, where complete recycle of water we have given, the system is dual pipes for the entire township. And it is happening the large scale. The another paper cutting is also from Mumbai Corporation when they have started this with Mr. Shenoy. I really do not know what happened later, but he was working from your office, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the overview of the reuse recycling cases. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Mahesh Kulkarni from DuPont Water Solutions. And as we are already encroaching into our tea break, I would like the future speakers to restrict to 15 minutes. Fine, yes. Yeah, before we break. Yeah.
I don't have elaborate presentation, so probably, so It's in my computer. You have it in your pen drive? It's not opening. Try something. ये जो मजा क्यों? Go ahead.
Sorry for the delay due to some technical issue. Before we get this presentation sorted, I would like to invite on the stage the fourth speaker, Mr. Sharat Tandon. So he's a founder and director of consulting firm Tandon Urban Solutions Private Limited. And during his career in real estate sector, he understood the importance of public policy and dynamics of urban development and infrastructure. And under his leadership, the company TUSPL has emerged as one of the leaders in consulting organizations and environmental engineering, and have been helping government in implementing several schemes such as the JNN URM, Amrut, and Jal Jeevan missions, etc. We welcome you, sir.
Good morning. And I thank everybody for calling me and giving me the opportunity. I'm not a technocrat, and definitely the guidance for taking one of the objectives of the company, Tandon Urban Solutions, as to pursue the reuse and recycling was basically the path shown by Colonel Tatwadi himself, and he has been instrumental right from the policy making to the technical part and how to implement it. So I thank him also. For the technology part, I see many of the stalwarts of the industry here. They'll be doing the speaking regarding technology and the standards. Most of it Colonel Tatwadi has already spoken. I would like to have to do some kind of storytelling about the journey. It's okay. Storytelling about what was the journey of the company for implementing the sewage projects and moreover reuse and recycle projects. So first and fundamental thing, this is statutory agenda. First fundamental question, if we want to say that it is reuse of recycled water or it is reclaimed water, we should apply our minds rather than if it is treated water recycling, then it is essentially a job of sewage departments and the sewage plant. If it is reclaimed water, then it is essentially water supply project. So whether we should go for, we should term it as reclaimed water, or we should term it as a reuse of the recycled water. Why it is required? The statutory 74th Amendment and the Municipal Corporation Acts enable that it's a statutory duty. Then the Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act, Environment Protection Act mandates the discharge standards. As Tatwadi sir has already spoken about it, that the extent of reuse and recycling of sewage was always mandated as 20% way back from in the manual or of JNURM itself, where the sewage system was given priority after water supply. The standards we have already spoken about, but the standards for non-potable, non-human contact reuse was given in CPHO. These standards in the future stories which I'll be telling you, since it was mentioned in CPHO manual, we were able to win many battles for the approval of the reuse and recycle. It was psychological battle, it was basically battle against the policy makers, the people who will be financing it. So just because there was a mention in CPHO manual, there was the mention in the standards, we were able to get many projects through. So this shows the importance of policies. We can have the national water policy, like he said. We have another, like current also, even 2023, the Jal Jeevan Mission is there, Ministry of Jal Shakti. We have a current case going on where they say that you don't have to use MBR, you have to use only treat up to the discharge standard, and so you, instead of going for MBR, you go for other thing and go send the water for agriculture. I just requested the decision maker that, sir, you tell us where is the agriculture in the vicinity of a city in next 100 kilometers. So why should we send our water for agriculture where natural water is available, and that to 100 kilometers we have to pump it? What is the use? And water is scarce in the city. So again, these are the standards as per CPHO for other things, various like toilet flushing, fire protection and all, which is generally being adopted. So it's again a manual, it's not a mandatory thing like NGT or CPCB. Now for outdoor bathing, these are the standards which are available for various purposes. Now key challenges, again public perception, awareness, financing and viability of the projects for reuse and recycle, the compliance of standards, integration and coordination, and managing the transition. These are the few things which are important and has to be tackled. So I start with the case study of various cities in and around Mumbai. In JNURM, we made a DPR for Mira Bhayandar city for sewage system, that is for collection, conveyance and treatment. It was approved by, the DPR was approved by, the scheme was approved by IIT Bombay, vetted by IIT Bombay, then it went to state government, MMRDA, it was approved by CPHO, and the grant was finally sanctioned by Government of India, Ministry of Urban Development that time. When we came back to Mira Bhayandar and wanted to implement it, the project was costing around 550 crores. So there was 50% or 60% grant was there, 40% the resources have to be channelized and mobilized for municipal corporation. We approached the financing body of state Mumbai metropolitan region, and it was processed. It was very well welcomed, and it was a priority sector. Then a senior bureaucrat came for site visit to Mira Bhayandar Corporation, and in the meeting with all bureaucrats, technocrats and politicians of the city, he said this is waste of money. You should not make sewage treatment plants at all. I have done in various cities where I was municipal commissioner, and there is no need. It is all waste. So politicians got hold of that, ordered an inquiry. Inquiry was again conducted by the same department where the bureaucrat was heading, and once 1 year was wasted because the reports DPS were approved by everyone, so they could not find anything except for that the report was never tabled or never published, but 1 year was wasted. The project cost escalated to 700 crores from 550 crores. So when the tenders were floated, again as per JNURM norm, 20% recycling was mandated. Again we had to fight that why 20%, there is no demand, there is no use, and Mira Bhayandar was getting water supply once in 3 days that time. Rather than there was acute shortage of water, there was the requirement of water, but since its public was accepting it, but not the politicians and bureaucrats that time. Then there various committees were made and all technical committee, and they said that you should go at least once, instead of 20 MLD, go for 5 MLD tertiary treatment, and let us see what is there. And there was a still now situation is improved, but there was a tanker mafia going on there, and they was opposing it tooth and nail. So again, then we made the tanker filling points where the construction industry has to be fed. The water quality was to the standards of construction industry and other thing. And believe me, it is still work. Plant of 5 MLD is still working, and the water 100% water is consumed. There is nothing like that. The STPs were made. Still, the functioning, the O&M is not as per standards. But then definitely this 5 MLD water is being used because commercially it is viable. It is cheaper to purchase treated water for construction industry. Even the construction industry demands it. So. Then in Chembur, it is a case study for the phase 1 of Chembur recycling of sewage. They were taking water supply, sewage from BMC, and then treating it and using it for their own purposes. They wanted to expand the second part. We were selected as to make the DPRs and do the tendering. Also PMC, but we didn't do the PMC. But up till tendering and appointment of agencies, we were there, and the phase 2 of it was commissioned. Team leader was Tatwadi sir. Then in Vasai Virar also similarly, the entire network for recycle and reuse was constructed by funding from Government of India and state government. And there also the Vasai Virar was also a traditionally water-starved area. Public perception was supposed to be that they will not accept it, but I'll tell you with my experience of say 15 years in sewage and recycle reuse, whenever there is a scarcity, people are the first citizens are the first one to accept it for various purposes because they know the value of water. So 10 MLD plant was out of 30 MLD, first sewage treatment plant was commissioned. 10 MLD tertiary treatment was also there, and now it is being upgraded to the standards of non-potable reuse. But the recycled network is there, and it is being used by Virar itself. Now the second plant is also coming. The grant is approved for 100 MLD. Again, we went for the potable reuse, non-potable reuse standards. But again, still they say that go for the discharge standards only. Don't go for that. There are many reasons and many tales which I cannot speak on from this forum. Now, Navi Mumbai is a typical case. In JNURM, we got the entire sewage system network upgraded, new plants were made, and there was, as mandatory, there was a small component of 5 crores or 6 crores for recycle and reuse. their political willingness was there that you should have recycle, we should have complete recycle network. Political willingness was there. But the in technocrats, the project head was not convinced that we should go for the recycle and reuse. So till the end, this component was never executed, though it was approved. After JNURM, the Smart City mission came. So we were present in one of the workshops of Smart City in Delhi, where Secretary Urban Development Government of Maharashtra and Secretary Urban Development Government of India was there. And in these workshops, particularly for organized on the basis of World Bank and all, there is quite lot of interaction, and suddenly Maharashtra government was supposed to present a case study there. What should be the future of that? So I was sitting next to the Secretary Government of Maharashtra. I gave this presentation and she gave it, and it was fantastically accepted by that and well appreciated. It got over. Things were okay. We came back. But Government of India Secretary had this in mind. After every month, I was getting call from government, Secretary Government of Maharashtra that what happened to your project, what happened to your project. But the administrator of Navi Mumbai Municipal Corporation was never convinced that this should be happen, and even entire administration was against it. But because of the persuasion of Government of India Secretary, this project was put forward to them. He completely financed it in Amrut 2. Amrut 1. It was executed. It is operational. 40 MLD tertiary treatment post the treatment, secondary treatment based on SBR plant is commissioned. The entire network for industry supply to MIDC just adjoining to the city is there. The supply of 20 MLD has already started. Consumers have industries have started taking it. But while getting it approved, we did lot of exercise. We were told that you should come up with a solution where Navi Mumbai Municipal Corporation will never invest a single paisa of their own for O&M. It should be a win-win situation. We did the complete financial modeling and came out with a tariff. And believe me, in that tariff, corporation was making 1 rupee per KLD for the water supply to industry. That was 1850. The tariff of MIDC was something around 20 rupees, and the water was produced at 17 rupees. So there was win-win situation. The project went through. We were made to do a analysis also, where we have to show that what would be the opportunity cost if the fresh water of 100 MLD has to be created in Navi Mumbai, and compare the total cost with the capex and opex and tariff for the recycled water. I'll just let you know that for water supply, nobody wants a total tariff situation. What kind of, they hide the cost. They will never say what is the, though government of Maharashtra has mandated in their rules that the water and sewer budget has to be ring fenced. It was a mandatory requirement as per Act and as per the reforms also of JNURM, but it never happens. In Navi Mumbai case, it was happening, and we showed that what is the total cost, only capex and opex cost of a new water supply scheme of 100 MLD would be at least 1.25 times costly in terms of capex, and over the life cycle cost, only the financial return of rate would be much less than the recycled water. If we consider the economic rate of return, while considering the economic benefits of that, there was no comparison for fresh water supply source and the recycled water supply source. So financially, technically, environmentally, we did all the due diligence and at least fought for a 1 year. I personally say it was a personal agenda and it has to be made through, though the stars were in favor of the citizens of Navi Mumbai and the industries of Navi Mumbai, that they got one messiah from in form of Secretary Government of India who wanted to pursue this scheme. So this, again, based on this Navi Mumbai example, government has come up with a policy and issued the GR that all industries has to use it, but MIDC refused to recognize this GR because it is issued by government of Maharashtra Urban Development Department and we are from Industries Department. Then we took this case to cabinet and cabinet gave the decision. Reluctantly they accepted, but they never supported. They said that you lay your own network, you lay your own thing, you supply the water to industries and recover your own money. We will not support anything. So again, this is a case study of Bangalore where we are consultants for developing a greenfield project of 26 square kilometers. There, Bangalore, as the other speakers have told, that water is very scarce, and this township has a population, ultimate population of 10 lakhs, but for fresh water only 10 MLD was given, and with the assurance that you will not get the water till the other schemes are implemented, which will take 10 years. So we designed the complete water supply system with recycled MBRs and the storm water combined. So the entire system is designed for that. There is totally public acceptance. There is no UN cry from public side. Bureaucrats also, the system, this project was developed by Bangalore Development Authority, and the water supply and sewage system was given to is the responsibility of BWSSB, but CM intervened and he said that let BDA does it, and they deputed few engineers from BWSSB to BDA to get the scheme implemented, and now it is in the final stage of implementation. So these are the few more examples. Like in Mumbai also there are 30 STPs which are based on completely MBR recycle reuse for river regeneration. They are under various stages of construction, and ultimately this as a river regeneration project is being financed by BMC. Thank you very much. The way forward is 5 or 6 very large STPs are being constructed in Bombay. They are under various early stages of construction, but BMC has already thought of how to use create such kind of STPs, and they think that it is a creation of new sources of water, and we have been tasked to see how the water distribution can be done from these STPs, whether it has to be taken back to the source like local.
Okay, okay, no problem.
Okay, we will now break for tea, and we will resume the presentations after the short break of 15 minutes. I request 10 minutes. Yeah, I request everyone to quickly go and have the tea since we have the next sessions lined up. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, sir.
चालेल.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. So I hope everybody enjoyed the tea and coffee, and I think Mr. Tandon Sahab ended on a very positive note that Bombay would not be water shortage. So it's positive, and let's continue with this positivity. My name is Mahesh Kulkarni. I am from DuPont Water Solutions, and we are from the technology side. So we are people who basically will bring in the technology as a part of solution to the solution provider, and that's where our role comes into play, where whether it is the capital cost, whether it is the operational cost, any kind of technology which will deliver the solution which is required, whether it is for the municipal corporation, whether it is for the industry, we try and sort of bring it in. And primarily you would see that the presentation is mostly focused on the industrial aspects, but there are solutions, there are technologies which are meant for municipal bodies as well. So this is a brief portfolio about DuPont Water Solutions. What you see on the left-hand side are the technologies which are the leading technologies, not only in India but outside India as well. We talk about ultrafiltration membranes, we talk about reverse osmosis membranes, we talk about ion exchange resins. And since right from the morning, everybody is talking about water professionals, water enthusiasts. So I'm assuming that these technologies are sort of being made aware to you by yourself or by tutoring. And so I'm not going to depth in all these technologies, and probably I assume that everybody is familiar with it. If there are any concerns about this, any comments, any suggestions, please feel free to talk to me offline, because as it is, we are running short of the time during the presentation. So with these leading technologies, we try and sort of trying to treat different kinds of impurities. I think the impurities have been listed over here when we talk about ultrafiltration, when we talk about reverse osmosis, ion exchange. But there are some new technology offerings as well which are coming from DuPont, which are like MBR, membrane bioreactors. This morning we are talking about MBR, membrane bioreactors. So DuPont has a membrane bioreactor solution. We have a CCRO, which is closed circuit reverse osmosis, and reverse osmosis is primarily something related to desalination. So CCRO is something very, very unique in terms of product offering. And then we have MABR, which is membrane aerated biofilm reactor, again a part of primary and secondary treatment processes. In terms of applications, as I said in the beginning, primarily this have been focused on the industrial customers, but I would say as Shirsar sir said in the morning and as Bhaskar sir said in the morning, let's try and bring this together. And this is a very nice opportunity that we have industry stalwarts, we have stalwarts coming out from the municipal corporation, we have bright young engineering students also I can see sitting behind. So it's a good kind of gathering where these solutions we can see that where we can use it apart from the industrial applications which are listed, like whether it is desalination, whether it is in food and beverages, whether it is automotive, industrial applications like wastewater recycle. I have two topics to cover, and these are very different kinds of topics. One is desalination, which is seawater desalination, and another one is basically related to wastewater recycle, moving towards minimal liquid discharge and zero liquid discharge. So I'll try and sort of touch upon briefly upon the industrial desalination part first, seawater desalination, which is primarily focused on the reverse osmosis. And I think reverse osmosis, everybody says that it is highly energy consuming process. Yes, it is, but everybody is talking the water scarcity, everybody is talking about the salinity in the water which is growing, and in the morning Salvi sir also mentioned that this is a part of water security. So I think looking at the kind of infrastructure, looking at the kind of environment where we are, whether it is the wastewater reuse, recycle, whether it is minimal liquid discharge, zero liquid discharge, or whether it is seawater. We are trying to tap each and every part of the water resource which is available to try and see that how we could provide the water not only to the citizens but also to the industry, because at the end of the day I think both need to have sufficient amount of resources available for them to prosper. So this is a product, actually, this is a reverse osmosis membrane or a reverse osmosis element which has been primarily sort of developed to see that how we can reduce the energy consumption. I think reverse osmosis, as I said, works on the principle that we try and produce dilute water from concentrate water. So obviously it is going to demand a lot of energy is going to be consumed. So our industry friends, our system suppliers also say that is there a possibility that we could reduce the energy by trying to convert the water from high salinity to low salinity. Now whether that low salinity water is used for potable water, the low salinity water is used for industrial applications, these can all be sort of devised or designed. But this is an element which has been sort of introduced way back, a few years back, wherein we are trying to sort of make this membrane in a way that it does the job of desalination but at extremely low energy. So this is one of the product. We talk about ultrafiltration. I think everybody probably ultrafiltration is some interesting topic which people have been sort of been made aware about. But ultrafiltration primarily is like a pre-treatment, to desalination applications. And ultrafiltration protects the reverse osmosis membranes by removing the suspended solids, by removing the particulate matters, by removing the colloidal matters. But again, in terms of ultrafiltration offering, again the focus is that how the industry benefits out of it, how the user, how the consumer benefits out of it. Ultrafiltration membranes in terms of chemistry, polyethylsulfone, polyvinyl difluoride, in terms of porosity 0.02 microns, 0.03 microns, 0.04 microns. So trying to go a little bit in depth about water chemistry, but at the end of the day when a user talks about it in terms of trying to give them the best offering, where the system has to be made adaptive to the kind of environment where it is, trying to make the lowest footprint, and that's where technologists like membrane technologists like us are trying to figure it out, that maybe today we have a membrane area which is like maybe 50 square meters or 60 square meters, and then how can I sort of further move it to a higher surface area wherein the footprint cost gets reduced, where the overall operational cost get reduced. So some of the unique features which primarily the ultrafiltration membrane serves have been listed over here. I think one of the important parts which the ultrafiltration membrane does is providing consistent feed water quality to the reverse osmosis system. So when we talk about reverse osmosis system, reverse osmosis is primarily a spiral wound outer membrane, and a spiral wound outer membrane will need sort of to eliminate any kind of suspended matter, any kind of turbidity, any kind of colloidal matter, so that it does the job what it is meant for, which is reverse osmosis. So in terms of that, the various features which it brings have been listed over here. And as I said, the movement is in that direction, that how the industry benefits out of it, how the user benefits out of it. Maybe 10 years down the line we had membrane surface areas which are like 50 square meters, 60 square meters, but now we have membrane surface areas which are 95 meters square. So over here. So in terms of the membrane offering, we were sort of limited to 80 meters square, but right now we are at 95 meters square. And in terms of the footprint for the ultrafiltration membranes, what it used to occupy has been reduced from 332 meter square footprint area to almost like 283 meter square area. This is an example of 6,300 meter cube per hour system where UF has been provided as the pre-treatment. Okay, so you can see the structure of, maybe I can answer the question, I hope. Okay, so maybe, and we can discuss this afterwards as well, but primarily you can see the membrane multipores which are available in over here with 80 meter square, and you can see the multipores which are available over here. There is a change which has been done. So with that we are able to sort of go to that 95 meter square. Thank you. So she's showing me a placard of 5 minutes more. So this is a very new interesting concept which is coming up, and I think this concept, as far as in India, we do have some installations when it comes to places like Tata Chemicals, where we are trying to sort of see that how we can use this particular process. I mean, when we talk of reuse, we talk of recycle, we talk of sustainability, normally we have seen that the desalination component is like, you have the seawater, you have the pre-treatment, you have the ultrafiltration, and then primarily it will go to the reverse osmosis system. But there's a new concept which is coming in where we can have this particular part, nanofiltration part or ion selective kind of removal part, where the industry can get benefit. Either it produces the polyvalent ions separately as a separate stream which can be consumed by the industry, or it can be further sort of being treated with brine concentrator to actually get monovalent salts like sodium chloride. There are some new concepts and new experiments which have been done outside India, where this particular stream, which is the reverse osmosis stream, which is highly concentrated stream, has been further put to the brine concentrator. But this is something interesting which we would like to bring in over here as well, in trying to see that how this new kind of ecology can be adapted by the industry in order to see that how the overall water balance looks attractive. I think morning everybody spoke about how the municipal corporations are trying to sort of evaluate how their water balance can be made positive, but we have the industrial customer also in between, wherein he is going to be sort of squeezed from one end where he is starved of fresh water resources, and on the other hand he is also developing his own wastewater. Now what does he do? Does he rely upon outside sources to give him that fresh water which is meant for his process, or does he himself plan something better so that he can not only remove this hurdle that he doesn't consume the fresh water, but whatever effluent he's been generating, he's trying to sort of recycle it back and put it back into his use. So that is called as minimal liquid discharge and zero liquid discharge. And that's my last slide, in order to sort of serve the time. So this is an animated slide probably, and probably over here we are trying to display the different technologies and the different paths which normally the minimal liquid discharge or the zero liquid discharge customers can use. So primarily this is coming from the secondary treated wastewater. We have the sand filtration, we have the ultrafiltration. There is a resin softening process, ion exchange resin softening process, which will primarily take away the calcium magnesium salts, and then this particular water, which has a salinity of around 1000 milligrams per liter, has been fed through various stages of reverse osmosis. This is stage 1, this is stage 2. Again, it doesn't mean one size fits all. I go by the nomenclature what Bhaskar sir told in the morning. There are different paths which the customer can follow. Probably there is one line where he basically recovers say around water which is from 1% and makes a concentrated solution which is around 4%. 4% is around 40,000 milligrams per liter. Then he has a second stage of a reverse osmosis system wherein he produces this permeate water, which is the blue line, and then the permeate water can be reused back by the industry. But there are multiple options which are available in order to sort of see that how the industry player can reduce his overall resource cost, whether it is with respect to salt recovery, like what we have done over here with the help of ion selective membranes or salt separation mechanisms, whether it is sodium chloride, which can be further consumed back, or whether it is sodium sulfate, which is another salt which has been used by the industry. So there are ways and means by which we are stretching our boundaries. This is a very unique offering which is coming over here from the market leader, I would say. Normally we have seen the reverse osmosis membranes in terms of brackish water adaptable to 40 bar as a pressure, seawater membranes adaptable to 80 bar as a pressure, but we have ultra high pressure RO which can handle 120 bar. So that's something very interesting for the industry to sort of think upon. There are some cases which have already been sort of implemented in the industry. I think we are partnering with WaterNext also in some of their solution making process. So it's good to sort of have a partner sitting along with us, and probably they will also touch upon this. But this is a very kind of unique offering which has been developed by us. Importantly, this offering was developed by us in India by working with the industry partners, which is very, very crucial for us. So trying to bring out solutions which are meant for our kind of challenges, for our kind of problems, that's the unique solution which has been made over here. So I end my presentation over here, and if there are any questions we can talk about it, or we can talk it during the break. Thank you.
Hello. I will take just only 2 minutes or 3 minutes because already we are just running short of time. To be very frank, it was a really nice session, and particularly it started with the Bhaskar Tatwadadi sir. And main point I would like to highlight is what he's talked about STP as a water resources, and that point we need to take ahead. And further is what say water reclamation plant, whatever he's talked about the Singapore. I also visited that particular part, and I say that they are not saying sewage treatment plant. Instead of that, they are saying water reclamation plant. Even that department itself is a water reclamation department. And that treated water is a new water. That is what. So I appreciate all this aspect. There is so many points, but I just shortlist it or just shortcut it. Later on, the Sunavne sir, particularly that whatever case study he explained about the BAPL, the important aspect is what say with the proper implementation of the project, we can have a 50% almost a reduction in the water demand, and that is a really good thing what they achieved. And that to what the total saving up around 17 crores rupees. That is a really achievable. My point is what with the application of proper technology, proper implementation, and proper say from planning to execution, this thing can be happened. That is the underlying aspect. Coming to the see Mahesh Kulkarni, what he the pure technological aspect, and he has explained the total spectrum of the whatever technologies they are providing, and say whatever the points are still remaining from his presentation. I think one can discuss with him after say in lunch break. I would appreciate Sharad Tandonji because the generally public always talk about why the projects are not happening. There are lots of say things are coming in the newspaper. I am from the municipal body, and always people are talking, and he explained what is happening beyond the curtain. So that is the reason, and I hope that see this particular thing. See, there are some issues, some phenomena, some problems are there, and that is the reason sometimes the projects are not moving ahead. Say, in conclusion, I can say that Bhaskar sir talked about the various NGT guidelines and all. I say in 2021 and 22, I was a regular visitor of Supreme Court only for this issue. Only for this issue. Then I requested him, let us have another conference where I can give a separate presentation on that. So point is what, all this thing, say whatever the technologies, policies, the first session, really it is a no doubt that there is some time is what we took extra time, but it was a really fruitful session. I thank all speakers for their session. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. For the next session, I would like to call up on stage Sonane sir to chair the session. And so the second session is on advanced treatment and desalination, and I would just like you to give your opening remarks on the theme, and then I'll call upon the speakers on stage.
Session, we have seen more the policy issues, the top level recycle and reuse, the aspects which are happening in the industries. I think in this session we are moving down further. We are moving down further to the next level where the treatment aspects, particularly for different types which are required in different situations. And the reuse is more happening in say metro cities or in multi-story buildings or in large campuses, these are the primary customers where we can really apply it and start in a big way in big societies, housing societies. So more customized solutions in this way which could be available in the market from the say suppliers, providers, that will be useful. Not only that, along with that solutions, how this could be effectively operated and managed in terms of the requirement of agencies. So that is also is the requirement today when we are talking of using the wastewater as the primary source. So in these aspects, I am requesting Sri Girish Kale from Veolia Water Tech to initiate his presentation.
Which is the next one? Yeah, I know the next one is this, right? So, good afternoon, everyone. I think we are having very exciting sessions right from the morning, even though there has been a substantial delay in between. And as as she just warned me that try to wrap it up in 10 minutes. So, I'm good in that. So, I hope I'll be able to touch the subject. And I'll not talk too much about Veolia, but let me just give you a glimpse, because I think a lot of you guys know about Veolia, but it is always first time when you meet, a lot of people try to understand which part of Veolia you are. Okay, so Veolia as such, not to take too much of hype, but it's a really big group, environmental services group, the largest company. 22 revenue was close to 43 billion euro, worldwide around 220,000 employees. So I belong to Veolia Water Technology Solutions, wherein almost we have 17,000 employees. The group is doing globally around 4.5 billion euro, and it's operating under the 4 different businesses: products, projects, chemical services, and equipment services. So again, we have gone through various acquisitions. So when I started, I was a part of a GE Water. Later on, we were acquired by Suez, so we became Suez Water Technology Solutions. Few years back, we got acquired by Veolia, and now we are running under the Veolia Water Technology Solutions under Veolia, one Veolia brand, and we come under the water technology zone. So under products, we have a lot of standardized solutions, which is typically offering from the skids to the membranes and the whole basket of products, which is like UF, MBR, RO, EDR, EDI, MABR, and all. We also offer selective, or rather we do selective projects. Even on the design build basis, we do some of the projects under build on operate globally. Some also we do in India. So few of the case studies, in the interest of time, I have just selected one from the one which basically Tandans have already shared. So I'll just do a deep dive a little bit on the few minutes on that, and also touch base upon one basically the domestic case study, and we'll see one case study which will be a glimpse on the overseas. Chemical services and equipment services typically comes from the GE Beds legacy, where we have specialized chemicals and formulations and membrane chemicals. Equipment services, we do also operation and maintenance, O&M, asset management, and we also do some of the digital services which comes under the digital analytics. In India, for India concept, we are driving right from the inception of the GE Water days. So if you see right from the left, I'll go quick, we have a in-source which is typically taking care of all the global projects right from India. So we have a very well established engineering team in India, even though we are catering to all the global projects from NAM, LAM, and even from the Southeast Asia. We have the state-of-the-art technology center in India, which is located in Bangalore. Along with that, I think under Make in India, we may be the only company who is multinational manufacturing reverse osmosis membrane in brackish water category and fouling resistant type at Hoskote for more than 15 years. I think that's something which is very few people can do it. Last one is basically on the digital side, where we also, digitally monitor a lot of our ongoing projects. Like we have more than 700 plants in India. Based on the need of the hour now, I think remote monitoring is becoming very, very important aspect. So under digital analytics, we also have, that additional solution which caters to this. Now, I think morning, Tandon Saab, even Tatwadi Saab also touched base. Fundamentally, if we look at this as a water scenario, there are a lot of challenges. One end, population is increasing, there's a demand for the fresh water for the industries, even for the human consumption, agriculture and all other utilities. Per se, availability of fresh water is decreasing. So this is a really big challenge, and we look this as a challenge as an opportunity, because that is where technology company like us can play a major role in creating an alternate source for the fresh water, and that's where I think the sewage recycle comes into the picture. And this is the theme which we have been driving from last more than 15 years. And one of the main pillar I would look at it like sewage recycle for industrial reuse, because the industries do consume a lot of fresh water. So how we can curtail that, how we can push them to use the treated sewage basically or the raw sewage for the benefit of the process application as a first step. In connection to that, in fact, a few years back we also published a white paper wherein we address a lot of policy details as an advocacy basis. I was also involved in writing few of the columns in that. So maybe I will share this, you all can read it. This typically covers in depth about what all the steps we have proposed specifically in addressing the water crisis issue. Okay, coming back to typical solutions, what all engineering solution that can really meet the sewage recycle problem, or how to overcome the sewage recycle and make it fit for the industrial purposes. Of course, these are all the various products. I will not go in depth of that. Maybe 2 minutes I will take on MBR on the next slide, and then we'll go to the case study. So these are all the products which are listed here, right from like RO membrane, brackish water, fouling, or you take EDI, EDR, or maybe MBR, UF, NF, even UV, ozone, all that actually we manufacture. RO membranes, as I said, we manufacture in India also, in US, in Minnetonka. Rest of the products actually we manufacture in Europe. But how, we need to do an integration of all these products to form a flow sheet in order to provide a complete solution for the recycle and reuse. Depending on the application, depending on the need, we can select the technology what is best for that purpose. Just a few minutes, I think we all know about MBR, but typically I'm just trying to put what is Zevid MBR, because Zevid is our brand name, and it comes from the Xenon legacy, and we still continue to do that. We come into the family of Zevid, which is typically 0.04 micron. It goes into the MBR. Generally, you all know when the influent is there, typically it passes through. It's nothing but a submerged ultrafiltration. So you typically take out all the particulate matter, all the suspended solids, and all the bacteria, pathogens. And what actually passes through is just a inorganic, which you can't remove from the physical separation. That's where you come into the picture of our RO. Just on a quicker way, as typically MBR is a, you run it on a very higher MLSS. You typically go with 8,000 to 10,000, whereas all the activated sludge process, SBR, you go with 3 to 4,000. So that is where the footprint gets 1/3. So that's where you see all the MBR plants are the most compact plants. And from the single step unit operation, if you see any conventional plant, you will have primary, secondary and tertiary. Tertiary can be, you typically put either sand filters, carbon filters, and you put even ultrafiltration in order to achieve the quality. When you have an MBR, immediately after a membrane step, you typically achieve the highest reuse quality in the tertiary form. We can quickly look at it. So this is, we call it as a building block design. So right from the microporous view of a fiber, thousands of fibers gets bundled together to form a module. And one module typically can have 400 square feet of active surface area. We put those modules into a cassette. A cassette is nothing but a frame, which can typically take 52 modules. Each module typically could be 370 to 400 square feet of active surface area. And as and when the flow increases, we can just keep on adding the capacity building. That means, for example, when you build a conventional plant, you actually create the whole structure for the next 25 years. If you use MBR technology, you actually have the hidden benefit that you can create the whole structure for just in time, and then 10 years down the line, if your flow maybe increases to 30% more, 40% more, you can later on order the modules and increase the capacity. Even this can be used beautifully for the retrofit of any existing old STP, whether it is ASP or SBR, you can retrofit with MBR and you can increase the throughput to twice at least and get the reuse quality. Now what reuse quality typically we are talking here? With MBR technology, typically Tandon Sahab also mentioned, few of the plants are which we are running and currently in India, and we have seen the data also. We are getting BOD less than 5, less than 3 consistently. TSS less than 2 to less than 1. The first plant which we did, I think, was the Jakkur one, where TC was a consultant, and still it is running very well, ultrafiltration one. And prior to that, I think the first one which I remember was Kaban Park, way back in 2006, 6 or 7. The membranes lasted for more than 15 years and giving the required results. So what typically we are trying to address here, that with this technology you get the best of the reuse quality, which can be best suitable either for any non-potable purpose. If there is a TDS issue, you need to put an RO and get ready for the industrial reuse. And quickly to add upon, I think this is what I already covered about the MBR. Now we'll just take few minutes about the RCF, which Tandon have actually touched base. So this is specifically a good example of how an industrial customer can make best use of available sewage and make themselves, self-resilient, and typically they are achieving their ESG. I feel that even they are achieving their ESG standards also. Here, typically this project lasted for more than 4 years. When we started, working with them, we had a lot of rounds of marathon discussion in coming out with different schemes. Ultimately, the tender came. Tandon Sahab was consultant when the tender came. I think it was on open technology. All technologies were involved, but I think the right selection of the technology was the key driver. MBR came out as a winning technology. And here, I can tell you by proud, for more than close to 5 years or nearly 5 years, the plant is running without any problem. It is giving the required result of BOD less than 5 on consistent basis. It's a best example where any industry can make use of a raw sewage, convert it as a convert it as a resource. And what ultimately you are achieving, I mean, that's what our key always, I would say the slogan, or which we typically drive, create alternate source, or creating a fresh water free zone. Now when RCF is putting up 2 plants of 20 MLD based on the advanced technology, more than 90% of their water requirement within the plant they are able to meet. After MBR, there is RO also, which is also been done by us. And fundamentally, 30,000 families nearby, I think they are getting uninterrupted water, fresh water. I think this is a key message, that any time when we try to implement any new technology, whether it is MBR or any other thing, what's the ultimate game? What's the ultimate goal? What's the benefit? Now here, I think this is the best example, and I always take this example for all the forums, because this is the need of an hour. At least industry people should not depend on the fresh water. When there is abundant raw sewage or even secondary sewage available, technologies are available in abundance, but please make use of those and don't depend on fresh water. Second one is again example from I would look at it as basically the reality segment, where it is a customer called Lodha, developer from Mumbai. They also basically identified there is a need for sewage recycle for sewage recycle for non-potable purposes, mainly for gardening, flushing, car wash, and golf course. So we actually tied up with them, and currently we are executing almost 6 to 7 projects. Few of the projects we are doing under build on operate, where we have put state-of-the-art MBR technology. Entire civil was done by Lodha team. Rest of the entire electromechanical, including O&M, entire build on operate plant, we are doing it. Right from the capacity is 2 MLD to 6 MLD. I'll welcome all of you. Maybe next time if anyone wants to see the plant, you can see how the MBR plant really works, the outlet water quality, the way they are getting. And the entire water which is coming out of the plant is getting, they are using it for flushing, they are using it for car wash, they are using it for the golf course and all, rest of the non-potable application. The last one is not from India. This is one of the largest membrane-based plant in Kuwait, Sulebia, which a lot of people know. It's a membrane-based plant. So Kuwait, as we all know, it's a water-stressed country, and near Sulebia, they decided to make use of the secondary treated sewage. So where there's a 30 years concession agreement which was signed in the year 2005 with Karafi Group and Suez. That time we were part of a Suez. So this entire plant has been put up by us, and the bottom line is I think they are able to make the use entire treated water of UF and RO for all non-potable application. Even recently we came to know that they are trying to get it into the dairy and vegetable growing operation also. So I think This 3 case studies, we can do a deep dive. Anyone is interested, please reach out to me. My email address are there. We can really understand and go in deep. On and on, I think this I covered a lot of references we have even in India, so not to worry. The key to this, I think, when you really select any membrane-based technology, you need to select the right membrane, right longevity, right design, right process application. So the key message which I want to give, I think we all are water professionals at the end of the day. We meet in all these forums, we do talk, but I think there's a need of an hour where we all need to push each other, at least the industries. They should not depend on the fresh water. They should make use of a sewage as a resource, and we as a water professional, it's our duty basically to push them to get into the technology piece. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we will have Mr. Siddharth Desai, who is the Joint Managing Director at Kishore Pumps, a leading custom engineered pumps manufacturing company based in Pune. He is a chemical and environmental engineer by profession and also has a public policy certificate from the Indian School of Business. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. My name is Siddharth Desai. I would be talking today about a case study specifically about how pumps can be used in a way that can optimize the space and the design of STP. Typically, they are not the most consequential equipments that one can think of in an STP, but how by some naive or some innovative engineering and acceptance by the end users, how pumps can actually help save in terms of the space, which is very critical in urban clusters, which affect the spacing and the locationing of the STPs, and then help in reuse and recycle. A very quick note, Kishore Pumps is about a 55-year-old company. It's a family-owned company. I'm the third generation in the company. We were one of the first companies to introduce the submersible pump concept in India in the 80s. We now manufacture submersible pumps for wastewater, sewage, STPs up to 500 horsepower and up to 6,000 cubic meters per hour. I'll just use this one slide to kind of highlight the challenges that we often see in urban clusters regarding wastewater recycle and reuse. Then I'll have a small video wherein we'll outlay the concept of what we mean by a two-stacked or a multi-stacked STP, which MCGM is now also implementing. And then I'll go into a little more technicality of how that was done. So I'll stick to the time limit, I promise, and we'll proceed. So regarding the challenges, we all know, and I'm not going to again repeat the urgency of the issue, because right from Bhaskar sir to everyone after him have highlighted the urgency of the need for recycle and reuse. And one of the key issues is the space constraints in urban clusters. Secondly, we also have all the technology options, but especially when you talk about tier 2 and tier 3 cities, and especially when you go to the municipal councils, there are realistic budgetary constraints when it comes to technology options. So we need to stick to technologies, or we are forced to stick to technologies which are not the best in terms of the output quality, but what can fit into the budgets that are available with the tier 2, tier 3 cities. Sludge management also is a big issue. So how we can design a plant which can not minimize the sludge, because it's a process driven thing, but how we can enable a more better storage capacity within the plant in a lesser space. That is the key for sludge management. Spares and repairs budget, which is the O&M, is a large part of the O&M of the plant. That's also a key budget constraint by most of the tier 2, tier 3 cities. So how the approach that we have taken, how it helps in minimizing the spares cost, the inventory cost, and that's why the reduced O&M budget. Operator skill set, we have been talking a lot in other forums also, the need for capacity building with regards to operation and maintenance of STPs, and how we can simplify the operation, especially of the moving parts in STP, and that's also what we have implemented in the case study. And lastly, as the IITB study with Professor Kabar, we have seen that there is a clear need for a more decentralized approach for wastewater management. And that's the very fact of having a decentral approach enables more and more recycle and reuse, because pumping water from the source to a large scale treatment plant hundreds of kilometers away and then pumping it back is not a feasible option. So how we can look at these type of technologies from a decentralized approach, maximize installations, large number of STPs with smaller capacities to enable more and more reuse. That is the key takeaway what we learnt from this particular case study. In fact, we as a company, we are now positioning a lot of our new product developments in addition to the pumps to cater to more decentralized approaches. So pumps by themselves is a mechanical equipment, but how we can use IoT and other devices to integrate it as a pumping system rather than only a pump, and that is where will benefit the decentralized approach more and more, and that is where we as a company are also positioning our future product developments as well. So I'll go to the case study. This was a 2019 installation in the cantonment board in Pune. This was for a 2-story STP. It was only a 20 million liters per day, 20 MLD STP, not very much. The challenge here was it was in a very urban, very congested urban area where there was no space for even primary treatment. So it was, the primary treatment was done somewhere else, and the primary treated wastewater was transported to this particular site wherein the secondary treatment was conducted. So given the space constraints, the developer had proposed how we can compress the system into the smallest space possible, and that's when they came up with the idea of having a kind of a multi-stacked STP where you have it's a SBR system, sequential batch reactor. So there are 2 levels of SBR systems. The bottom portion and the upper portion work in sync with each other to give a continuous output. And that's when they approached us to ask how this can be done from a pumping perspective. As you all know, desirably pumps are desired to be operated at a particular duty point for certain discharge, certain meter cube per hour at a certain pressure. But this was clearly not the case because the static head differences itself is about 11 meters because of the Z height or the height of the 2 basins. The challenge here was, there was, as I said, budget constraints and space constraints. So what we worked on with them was how do we design a system which uses the same pump, one pump, to feed both the basins in a sequential manner. So that was a challenge wherein we had to design a pump which was to operate for the lower basin as well as the upper basin based on a PLC logic. So that was a challenge which we successfully executed, and since 2019 this plant is working fine. I'll not go into the details right now. I'll go to the next slide wherein we have a small video. I'll share the concept and then I'll delve into a little more of the technicalities.
Hello, myself Vineet Kulkarni. I am working with Kishore Pumps for last more than 25 years in this wastewater management group, and we always try to give some different solutions to all our customers who are dealing with sewage pumping station and STPs rather than just supplying the pumps. Around 2-3 years ago, we got an opportunity to offer some technical solution for this Pune Cantonment Board 20 MLD STP project. This is a unique project in the sense this STP is situated at a very densely populated area and space is the main constraint. The technology on which this STP is based is sequential batch reactor, that is SBR technology by SFC Environmental Technology Limited. And in view of the space constraint, they suggested a 2-story structure, that is these SBR basins one above each other. So in this scenario, the responsibility of the pumps were to deliver or the pump the required wastewater at two different basins, obviously at two different head. So at lower basin, the pumps were required to operate at 1875 cubic meter per hour at 17 meter head, and when they were pumping to the upper basin, the required head was 28 meter. This was a big challenge because normally you don't get such a high operating range in a single pump at a constant speed. So initially the consultant had specified two different models for these two different requirements, so which would have been costlier from the capex point of view, as well as space was not permitting these combinations. So we had a series of discussions with all the stakeholders, that is the end user, consultant and technology provider, and obviously the contracting turnkey contracting company Aquatic Solutions. And out of these technical discussions, we suggested them that we select a single capacity pump in multiples, that is 675 meter cube per hour pump rated at 28 meter head. And when the pump is required to operate for the upper basin, it will be operated at the rated frequency, that is 50 Hertz, and it will deliver 1875 cubic meter per hour in a number of combination of pumps. When the same pump is required to deliver 17 meter head for the lower basin, we will operate it at a reduced frequency of around 33-34 Hertz and corresponding speed. The whole logic was built through a PLC, and I am happy to share that this experiment went very well, and the pumps are operating for more than 24 months without any trouble to the contractor. Probably the contracting companies are also satisfied with this, and they will share their experiences as well. Thank you.
So there's a few more minutes left, but I can share the link of the YouTube video later on. Now what I'll do is I'll quickly go through how we were able to achieve this particular operation of the pump. So a very quick primer for a centrifugal, for any centrifugal pump, it is characterized by what we call as the head and flow curve. So on the x-axis you have the discharge or the flow rate in terms of liters per hour or meter cube per hour, and on the y-axis you have the pressure, which is represented in terms of head. And the yellow line that you see is the typical operation of a pump when you start opening the valve from shut off. When you have closed the valve, it's here, and when you start opening the valve, the flow increases and the head drops. This is a typical characteristic of a centrifugal pump. There is a point along that yellow line which signifies where the pump operates at its best efficiency point. And as a pump designer, as a pump manufacturer, as well as the plant designer, we have to ensure that we select the duty points or the discharge flow rates which are near to this red point to maximize the efficiency of any plant. Now this particular yellow line, it works in conjunction with the pink line, which is what is called as the system head. Now system head is a characteristic of the pipeline in which the pump operates. So depending on the pipe diameter or depending on the total flow in the pipeline, the pink line that you see is the system curve, which increases, the friction head in the line increases, and the point at which the yellow line and the pink line intersect is where the pump operates. Now here, particularly for this case study that we showed, how we operated was that we had 3 pumps running in parallel for that particular operation duty point that was required, and operating at 2 different frequencies. That is, green zone represents the 50 Hertz frequency and the red zone represents the 45 Hertz frequency. So using a variable frequency drive, the frequencies of the pumps are adjusted, and that what you can see is the total band here. It's not seen. This band, yellow band, it for the same pump using VFD, it increases the range of operation of the pump. So normally a particular pump will operate, one pump will operate only at one point where it intersects the system curve. But with this particular logic, we were able to widen the operation range without any specific mechanical uncertainties or mechanical damage to the pump. This is how the basin 1, that is the lower basin, was operating. So you had when the single pump was working, it was giving as per the SBR requirements of the project. When it was half of the average flow of that day, one pump was operating for the lower basin, which was delivering 417 meter cube per hour. When the flow increased, depending on the time of the day, the two pumps were running, which increased to the average flow, and then the peak flow was achieved when 3 pumps were running in parallel. Now this is for the lower basin. So for the same hertz or same frequency, the pumps were operating with 1, 2, 3 logic based on the time of the day. And for the upper basin, whenever the fill, aerate, settle and decant process, which was sequenced for the lower and the upper basin for the SBR, whenever there was a decant process or an aerate process for the lower basin, the pumps were the same pumps used to operate for the upper basin. So that's how the overall system was optimized in a way that the same pumps were operated for both the basins. Now, under the MSDP project, I think at Dharavi, MCGM is now implementing a similar logic. I think it's a 4 or 5 story building, right? So yeah, so that logic is right now underway as we speak right now. But this is now being looked upon by many corporations, many departments, boards across India to see how we can optimize the space, because Dharavi has the same problem of space. So this allows and enables a lot of opportunities for recycle and reuse, because you can have the treatment systems close by with the maximum capacity within that space, and you don't need to transport the wastewater to kilometers or through long pipelines away, wherein you have space and then you treat it and then pump it back. So operating the pumps in a certain way, they allow the plants or the plant developers to maximize the space utilization. And more importantly, in this plant, they have, since all the 6 pumps or all the 3 pumps are of the same model, their spares cost and the inventory cost of those spares is minimized. Because earlier they were considering 3 pumps for the lower basins, 3 pumps for the upper basins based on the different head and flow requirements. So they would have had to keep a different set of spares for the lower basin and upper basin. Now they just keep the same set of spares and reduce the number of inventory and the cost of O&M for that plant. So I hope I have stuck to my time limit. Yeah. Thank you so much, and I'll be happy to discuss this more in detail after in the break as well. Thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for the insightful idea of the usage of the pumps for cost optimization. So you also mentioned about the need for small scale STPs and ecotech engineering. So they have a decade-long experience of working with small scale STPs. So I would now like to invite Mr. Praveen Rajput from Ecotech Engineering for presenting the case studies on water reuse.
Good afternoon all. Myself Praveen Singh Rajput. I am from Ecotech Engineering Consultancy. I am the design and engineering head for the Ecotech Engineering Consultancy. STP case, thank you Bhaskar sir for giving us an opportunity to present the various STP case studies. So as you all know, in India, the Central Pollution Control Board, the Ministry of Environment and Forest, and also the State Pollution Control Boards have mandated to have the decentralized wastewater treatment plants for all the urban developments. Urban developments means the residential apartment complexes, the commercial complexes, IT parks, hotels, malls, etc., which are not owned by any government agency. So these have to be built, owned, operated by the private players, and also it has been made mandatory to reuse and recycle the treated water. So for any wastewater treatment plant to function at 100% efficiency, there are mainly 3 cardinal rules. It should be properly designed, it should be properly engineered, then comes the proper operation and maintenance. If there is any issue in the design or engineering, it cannot be overcome by excellent operation and maintenance. These all 3 must be at 100%. And above these things, there is something which is even more important. So as Bhaskar sir also mentioned, one size doesn't fit all. The same applies here also. One STP technology will not fit for all the STP categories. So, selection of appropriate technology for a particular scale is very important. So, we have categorized the STP based on the capacities. I am talking about urban, decentralized urban STPs, small scale STPs. 10 to 40 KLD, we call it as a micro scale STP. 80 to 1000 KLD mini STPs, 1000 to 5000 small scale STPs. For a mini and small, extended aeration is the most appropriate, most suitable technology. Beyond 5000 KLD, MBBR and SBR is the most appropriate technology, and MBR of course emerging technology or future technology we can say. And also Mr. Kishore Desai also mentioned, and morning Tandon sir also mentioned. So there was SBR technology for a 20 ml, so that comes under a large scale STP. And extended aeration activated sludge. So extended aeration actually has a history. Before the advent of decentralized wastewater treatment plants, the wastewater that gets generated from the towns and cities will be treated in a large scale municipal wastewater treatment plant. In the large scale STP, the process adopted was a activated sludge process. Activated sludge process has a primary sedimentation tank before we take the sewage into the aeration tank. The primary sedimentation tank removes the primary solids. In domestic sewage, the mainly human feces are the primary solids and a few other suspended solids. So these primary solids are very difficult to handle or dewater. These are very slimy, very sticky, very odorous. So very difficult to treat. So in a small scale residential apartment complexes, we cannot afford to have these primary sedimentation tank. So that was the driving force to develop this extended aeration technology. In extended aeration technology, we do not require any primary sedimentation tank. So there is an aeration tank immediately after the equalization tank, where the retention time is about 14 to 16 hours. So 14 to 16 hours of retention time is sufficient for the bacteria even to take care of the primary solids. So case study. So we'll just see case studies. We started a branch office in Pune in 2018, and one of the first project we executed for a conversion of MBBR to extended aeration. So this project is by one of the top builder in Pune, and there were about 600 plus units, and the STP capacity was 435 KLD. And the treated water, so there were some issues with the treated water quality. The treated water quality was blackish in color. It had some odor issues. It was not meeting the MPCB standards, and so they were not able to reuse the treated water for flushing, gardening, and car washing. So there is no problem in the MBBR technology. MBBR, it's an excellent technology. It has been originally developed in Norway by the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. So as per the original developers, there must be a primary sedimentation tank before we take the sewage into the MBBR tank. For any kind of wastewater treatment plant, it may be a BOD COD removal or BOD COD removal along with nutrients. For any kind of wastewater treatment, there must be a primary sedimentation tank. So primary sedimentation, as I said, primary sediments are mainly human feces, human shit, and a few other suspended particles. So these are very slimy, very sticky, very odorous. So these have to be even handling dewater primary solids will call for a further treatment of the primary solids, like we have to thicken it, we have to condition it, we have to digest it. So these all we cannot put it in a small scale STP. So if there is no primary sedimentation tank, since as you know the MBBR tank has about 6 to 8 hours of retention time. So 6 to 8 hours of retention time is not sufficient or ideal enough for the microbes to take care of these primary solids. So this is the reason they were not able to treat the 100%. So it was almost fully occupied. They were getting about 90 to 95% of design load, and they were not able to treat 100%. So there was no primary sedimentation tank. And MBBR, since in the MBBR tank there are plastic media, so this plastic media should be tailor made to suit the MBBR. It has certain roughness coefficient, it has certain density. So the selection of MBBR plastic media should be tailor made to suit this plastic media. And also after the MBBR there is a tube settler. Tube settlers are again not ideal for biological sludge. I will tell why. Environmental engineering is like a 50% technology and 50% common sense. We'll have to apply the common sense as well. See, in the MBBR tank, we are introducing the plastic media to increase the cross-sectional area. Artificially, we are increasing the cross-sectional area for the microbes to stick to this plastic media and grow in number. In the aeration tank, there is feed of raw sewage and there is aeration. We have provided air. So, basically, it will be very turbulent environment in the MBBR tank. It's a very harsh, whereas in the tube settler, it's totally a calm and quiescent condition. If the microbes can stick to this plastic media at such harsh environment, why doesn't it stick to the plastic or tube media in the tube settler? Definitely it will stick, and over a period of time, maybe within 1 or 2 hours, if it doesn't get oxygen, it will die and it will start floating, and that is the reason we will have to add or dose the chemicals in the tube settler to make the solids settle. And the advantages of MBBR are in a large scale STPs. So, in a MBBR, we do not require any sludge recirculation. But most of the MBBRs which we have seen have been provided with sludge recirculation. The municipal scale STPs 40, 50, 60 MLD will call for the same recirculation rate. The pumps required for sludge motor requires for sludge recirculation would be 30, 40, 50 HP. So, there the energy consumption is there. So, in a large scale STP, the advantages of MBBR will outweigh the disadvantages of MBBR, like the primary sedimentation tank, handling the primary solids. All these can be addressed or overcome in a large scale STP and not in a small scale STP. So, this is the quality of treated water. We converted this in 2018, and since then we are operating and maintaining, and this is the quality of treated water we are giving every day, day after day after day. And if we do not give a single day this treated water quality, we will have to spend per day 18 to 20,000 rupees just to buy the tanker waters. So, around 18 to 20,000 rupees they are saving per day. One of the another upgradation case study. So, this was for a SBR. So, please listen my words carefully. There is no problem in the technology. There is no problem at all in the technology. Only the matters is the application or where it is suitable. So, in the SBR, there is an initial collection tank. So, initial collection tank should be minimum. I am talking about small scale STPs. The retention time should be in the equalization tank should be around 8 hours. It should be able to handle minimum one batch of treatment, one batch of sewage. The SBR has, next comes the SBR tank. The SBR unit or the tank has sequence of operations. First is a fill, react, settle, decant, then something called idle, then again the cycle repeats. During the fill stage, we fill the sewage in the SBR tank for about each cycle or the batch takes about 8 hours. So, the fill stage we fill the raw sewage in the SBR tank for about 1 to 1.5 hours. Then we seal it. Seal it, I mean we do not put anything in the SBR tank or we take out from the SBR tank. Then we allow it to react, aeration tank. So, aeration is typically about 4 hours. Then comes the settling. Settling, the reaction and settling happens in the same tank. This is the advantage of SBR, whereas in the conventional STPs, MBBR or accident aeration, there is a SBR separate secondary settling tank. Whereas in the SBR, the reaction and settling happens in the same tank. But next is the decant tank. But the decant, in the SBR, the decant, we can decant only the top 1/3 portion. 1/3 portion. So, that means the SBR tank should be of minimum 24 hours of retention time. 24. For instance, for a 100 KLD STP, we should have a 100 KL sewage SBR tank, so that we can remove only the top 1/3 portion, 33 KL. So, that is the reason we have to have the aeration SBR tank more. And then okay, I'll finish it off quickly. And then in most of the STPs, they have not used motorized decanter. What they have used, rudimentary decant pipe, 6-inch or 8-inch decant pipe. So, 6-inch and 4-inch decant pipe or 8-inch pipe are not ideal. So, it will pull up lot of solids while decanting. The velocity of the decant water is very huge, it will pull up the solids. upflow velocity is very high. So that is the reason we should have a motorized decant, and in a small scale SBR they do not provide, because it's very expensive in a small scale STP's decanter. So what they provide is a small scale decant pipe, 6 or 8 inch pipe. So that is another reason why it will pull up all the solids, and the solids will be carried over to the next unit, thereby biofouling or overloading the filters, tertiary filters. So this is the quality again. This is a quality from one of the biggest mall in Bangalore, Phoenix Market City. So we have converted defunct 550 KLD SBR to extended aeration, and they are reusing and recycling about 80 to 85%. And soon after converting this Phoenix mall, we converted Chennai, which is a 800 KLD STP. So from these two are water stressed cities. We have they are saving about around 4 crore rupees per annum. So this is the testimonial, and I'll just skip this. And MBBR, so MBBR, it's most modern technology. There is no problem in the MBBR. One should understand the pros and cons of the MBBR technology. In fact, it is the modern technology. 5 years, 10 years down the line, we may have to blend the STP treated water with the fresh water and use for domestic purposes. So we have converted defunct MBBR also for a 5-star hotel mall in Pune, JW Marriott. So that's all from my end. So we are maintaining about 90 plants in India. Out of these 90 plants, around more than 24 MLD of sewage we are treating. We have about 350 plus employees. Our companies, we are into this business from 38 years. We have presence in 5 cities: Bangalore, Pune, Chennai. 1,000 plus clients we have. So far we have executed more than 140 EPCs, and we have converted more than 70 STP upgrade rectifications. We have converted many SBRs, many MBBRs, many MBRs to extended aeration, and we are the preferred technical advisors for the Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, and also we are the NGT appointed subject matter experts for the STPs. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the insightful presentation. We now move forward to the last presentation of this session. So I now invite Mr. Ajit Khandeshe to present the work on hotel industry case studies.
चालू करा प्रेजेंटर. माहिती आहे, वापरलं. Good afternoon, everybody. I know you all, including me, are hungry, and I have been allotted 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Okay, I will finish within 10 minutes. So this is my case study. Since there are some young people, I will like to share my what I have done after my masters. So that is also I have covered in introduction. So probably I started in time. Introduction of Quan, then case study, treatment units which are explained, everybody should be aware. Then project complete makeover we will cover, and results and graphical presentation, and teamwork and concluding remarks. This I will cover, and 10 minutes is okay, no interaction, I can finish. So introduction. So I have done my Master of Environment Engineering through WasteWater 1993 and establish a company. So this is my startup. Earlier name was Khandesha Pollution Control. We started a laboratory which was recognized by Maharashtra Pollution Control Board, and at that time consultancy approval was also there from Pollution Control Board. We have done first effluent treatment plant for Saxeria Chemicals Limited in 1995, which was effluent treatment plant, and first major contract for wastewater recycling plant we executed into 1998, Vachi railway station. And I am happy that Kishore Pumps was part of the pumps. Birth of corn. Anil is not present. Myself and Anil Rai, we sat together and we have taken this name. This is acronym of 4 words: Khandeshe Water Air Noise makes corn. So it is a truly Indian company. We are located at additional Ambernath MRDC. This is our mission and vision. We have 18 kilowatt solar on the top. We have a laboratory which is recognized by CPCB certifications, and this is a case study. So it is a combined effluent and sewage treatment and recycling plant, which is at Hotel Trident Nariman Point. And a day before yesterday, the delegation, probably you have mentioned this plant to RCF team. Yeah, you mentioned, Ajit Salvi sir has already mentioned this plant to the delegation from RCF. They came around 25 international delegation visited this plant. This is the case study of that plant. And again, I wish to mention that this inquiry was a typically very difficult inquiry. So big companies never wanted to take chance. So Mr. Girish Kale has mentioned this inquiry to me that can you do it? And after seeing the plant, he was so happy that he told that probably it is equivalent what our company would have done. So that were their remark. It is for domestic wastewater and kitchen and the laundry waste. The existing the challenges were existing plant cannot be stopped. We have limited space. We have limited restricted headroom also. Then there were timelines. Within 6 months they have to finish it up. काय वाजते डबल चालू आहे मोबाईल. Then selection of technology, that was also important. They wanted to have a cutting edge technology, and they wanted to have the flushing reuse of the treated water, and they wanted to have nutrient removal because they wanted to use the treated water for cooling tower, and they wish to have a fully automated plant. So cutting edge membrane are used for separation of solids, no pressure sand filter, no activated carbon filter, BOD less than 5, we get typically less than 2. How the selection has been done? There is a chart which is prepared by IIT Mumbai. So this is the chart. There are various technologies mentioned: activated sludge process, MBBR, SBR, and MBR. So if you can see, this is typically BOD less than 5 and suspended solids again less than 5, and you have the lowest footprint area 450 square meter per MLD. So these were the points were considered for the selection of the technology. The quality of water, turbidity less than 1 NTU, nutrient removal, anoxic, NO3 to N2 conversion, automation. This plant is fully automatic, connected to SCADA. Every hour also we can generate the reports. So you can see how the MBR process works. So this is a video. This is a fine screen, which is a mandatory equipment one should have for MBR. It is 2 mm punch hole screen. If you have got the nitrogen removal, then you got to have the anoxic mixers at the bottom. This is anoxic mixer, slow mixing is happening. This is taken to the next tank, which is aeration tank. At the bottom, aeration grid, the blower giving air, air diffusers. We can have DO sensor, it can club with the blower. In this case, the water is taken to the next tank by pump. You can have PS sensors also. Going to the next tank, which is membrane tank. These are the membranes. These are membrane fibers, and through this water is sucked. So, water molecules getting, so you get a clear water. This is physical separation of solid and liquid is happening. So, the progress of work of the case study. So, we prepared the drawing. We have prepared the 3-dimensional drawing for the plant. All the piping also were, this is the piping was also prepared. Then progress, this is the plant. Girishji, you must be remembering, you have seen this plant. This is the pressure sand filter, activated carbon filter. This is a circular clarifier, and this is the aeration tank. So, there are 2 circle tanks, it were present. So, this was first month, second month, third month, and this was a proposed, and this photograph is on 31st October 2015. So, this is the complete plant. So, what do you have? You have a collection sump, the pumps working, then the MAC flow meter, the fine screen, the yellow line is recirculation back, the blue line is air, blower working, then you have membranes here placed inside. There is a basement where we have the recirculation pump, this is a permeate pump, MAC flow meter connected, the turbidity meter, UV, we can have online graphs since it is completely on SCADA. You have pH, DO, turbidity, flow, power. You can have everything, and this is the SCADA of the plant. This SCADA, few days or few years, it was connected to our server at Ambernath, and then we could generate some data. Based on the data, we can generate and send mail to client also. That also we have developed. Teamwork and appreciation, Mr. Arun Bahadur, he was a driving force. My better half, she is equally involved in the business. Chief engineer is now Prashant Pawar, he is a director for the hotel. And Girish Gaikwad, he has already left the hotel, but he was also involved. Malini Shankar Iyer, they visited the plant with the officials from Pollution Control Board, and they got Vasundhara Puraskar from Pollution Control Board in 2016. And this is appreciation for me. Professor Dr. Shyam Asalikar visited this plant, and he has told that Ajit, please change this name from sewage and effluent treatment plant to water production unit. So, that was the statement he made on that day. So, with this we can comply. There is a condition for hotel that you should recycle back 60% of water. So, it is complying. Flushing water is from treated sewage. Then cooling tower makeup also water is taken from this treated sewage treatment plant. Then there is a saving. In Mumbai, the cost of water for hotel is almost 120 rupees plus now. The capital investment they have already recovered in within 3 years, and they have achieved the sustainable goal. So, with 11 minutes and 6 seconds I have finished. Thank you.
Yes, thank you everyone for keeping the time and not minding my repeated instructions regarding the same. To end this session, I would like to again call on stage Sonali sir to present his concluding remarks.
I think first session in the morning we started more top level. That is what the expectation was. We are more discussing in the township level, more regulatory part and how it is required to move to the reuse. The second part, we have really moved to the level where it is used by the housing societies, next level customers, apart from the municipalities, a small scale treatment facilities. The first presentation in this direction was by Mr. Girish Kale from Veolia, and some of the plants he has shown products G500, RCF plant, and Lodha is very encouraging when I found that many plants we are doing it, and that is also on the build, own, operate. At one places it is T is missing, but I do not know whether it is indefinite operate or transfer after some time. But yes, it is very encouraging, and I am sure this will get percolated further because this is a need of the hour. Kuwait case study also you have shown, sir. Then the next presentation was by Mr. Siddharth Desai, Kishore Pumps. Space optimization, yes, particularly when different heads and different flows are coming in picture. Space is one aspect and energy consumption is other aspect. Because working at the constant head and working at the differential heads, even in water networks, when we put it at the outlet of reservoir, we need that variable speed. So that only that much water quantity and the different head it should be pumped. So it's a really good product, a very innovative product. And yes, probably the next is that Bandra 2-3 stage pumping station where probably some discussions will happen, or maybe you might have discussed already. Then sir, Ecotech Engineering Consultancy, Mr. Praveen Rajput. There are different sizes treatment plants and very small sizes, particularly useful say for a society of 2000, 3000 capacity. And again the issues are there because the small developers many times they just purchase some product from the market and they install it, and when they give away the consumers they have to handle it, and these problems they come later. So probably these products are good, but some sort of awareness is also required with the small developers so that they will select the proper technology in the beginning itself, or with technology with due care. Okay, like you were saying that some units were missing in the beginning. Probably technology was better, but everything was not as a part of overall treatment process. So such awareness will be more useful. Otherwise, the sufferers are the common people because they have to replace the entire thing or modify. The last is by Mr. Ajit Khandeshe, is Kwan. Yes, it is again to handle the limited space, headrooms. I'm not sure flushing and cooling water you have given the same quality because probably the quality requirements will be different, or maybe the further treatment is required. But the solutions will definitely go a long way and will make reuse more and more popular. Thank you.
Okay, so we now break for lunch, and we meet at 2:15.
So I'm Pranesh. Excuse me. Excuse me. Please be seated. Let's start the session. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pranesh, a PhD research scholar at Center for Urban Science and Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, working with Professor Pradeep Kalbar. So I'm an economist by training and graduation. So let's start with the first session post-lunch by Mr. Pranay Behel, who's the CEO of WaterNext India. He has 20 plus years of experience in the realm of industrial water treatment sector and has acquired expertise in the field of textiles, leather, food, steel, and civil wastewater management. So today he'll be talking about sustainability in industrial and small municipal wastewater treatment plants and ZLD case studies. So over to you, sir.
No, that won't work. Good afternoon, everyone. My big task today is to keep you all up for the next half an hour at least, after the lunch which we all had. Yes, the masala definitely goes in the sewage effluent, but the masala in the industrial effluent is very, very different. Big thanks to ASC and EWRI for this opportunity. I thank Colonel Tatwadi to take the lead and arranging this workshop for all of us. Thanks to MCR for this good opportunity to present here. I must say that as a government body, this is a very, very nice facility. When yesterday we were here for the preps, we were like, where are we, in a government institute or in a corporate institute? So I have this chance here to present about industrial effluent. The technology more or less is very similar when it comes to sewage effluent or industrial effluent, but yes, industrial effluent has its challenges. Recently, we were awarded by Frost & Sullivan as the Global Zero Liquid Discharge Solution Leadership Award in the best practices. This was a global award, and I think this was a big milestone for us as a company. We are actually pioneers and specialists in bringing in industrial effluent biological treatment, I can say in 2000, early 2000. We started treating, in India I'm talking about, we started treating industrial effluent biologically. Normally we are all aware of chemical treatment followed by biological, and we started doing that in India in 2000, but in Europe we were doing it since my team, and we were doing it since very, very long. We specialize in zero discharge. We are an EPC company, we are a solution provider. We don't have any technology preference or anything. We provide the solution what the industry requires. So we are in turnkey projects where we do the design, supply, electrical, mechanical, installation, commissioning, handover, and also operational and maintenance if required. This is a small brief. As a team, we have over 100 years of experience in industrial wastewater. We have done more than 100 wastewater recovery plants across the globe. We have as discharge, or let's say wastewater discharge plants, industrial and sewage, we have a reference of more than 3,000 plants globally. We have offices in India, Italy, and Mexico. As I can say, as wastewater treatment, mainly in industrial, we have more than 1,500 MLD of wastewater treated as on date over the last 25 years, you can say. And as we're talking about reuse of water here, we started reusing water in industrial application in mid-90s, and our first zero liquid discharge in India, or I can say the first zero liquid discharge globally, was in the mid-2000s. Zero liquid discharge is a word which is born, I can say, from India, or let's say from South India. That's how the whole zero liquid discharge thing came up in industrial application. We specialize in textiles, tannery, steel, electronic, and special waste management. Sewage, yes, I don't want to take away anything what the sewage industry does, but it's something which is little easy for us to handle, so we concentrate more on the industrial side. We are experts in sustainable solutions, and we focus on treating wastewater biologically or through membrane-based systems. As I said, we are present all over the world. We try to build plants which are giving customer delight, low operating cost, high levels of purification of water, maximum reuse of wastewater, low sludge generation, I'll get to that later on, and that too is non-toxic, high automation with least manpower and eco-friendly solution. This is just a small thing. We specialize in water treatment, civil, mechanical, electronic instrumentation, control and automation. We are actually able to operate plants sitting in this room, zero liquid discharge plants sitting in this room remotely. So we have sites from Brazil to China, where our office in India and Italy are able to monitor and manage these plants remotely. And when we say zero liquid discharge for industry, yes, the source of water becomes your wastewater. So you imagine whether it's a steel mill or a textile mill or a process house or an electronics factory, the water is stopped, the entire production stopped. That's where our challenges increases. Over the years, we started off with 70% recovery. Today, we're talking about 98% recovery. We have made systems in place where the plant is running practically on its own, without least human intervention. Biological treatment, purification and desalination, compact system. We are also into containerized plants for societies and things, but we don't do this in India. We have enough competition in India, so I don't want to get into that. So we try to do it in areas where you all are not present, let's put it this way. So training and O&M. These are our global clients. We are supplying to Tata, Volkswagen, Saint-Gobain, steel mills, big, large textile companies across the globe. I will run through this because these are all technologies which we have already spent the first half of the day speaking about in general. Yes, we have aerobic system, which is the activated sludge process, like extended aeration. We have the anaerobic, 100% biological-based biological treatment. I can say now 25 years back, 30 years back, we evolved the sewage effluent treatment, biological sewage effluent treatment to industrial. That's where the big change came. In Europe, in Italy, let's say, water was a big problem. Like what it is today, water was a big problem then. More than water, compliance was something which was very strictly followed. Unfortunately, in our part of the world, whether it's India or Bangladesh or Sri Lanka or China for that matter, the developing parts, compliance is not strictly followed. When does an industry put up a good plant? When either the municipal operation like the PCB or the government bodies or the compliance, the buyers push for it. That's when they want to put up a good plant. For many years, I can tell you honestly, in India, I was not able to sell anything because there was no strictness. Fortunately, zero discharge came, and then large companies took the effort of bringing in good systems in place. The same thing happened in Europe. The water was a problem, sludge was a problem. That's when I can say our experts transformed the sewage effluent technology of treating waste to in the industrial. Means you have the same biological, but with a higher retention time, with more air, with the same bacteria, not that we have a special bacteria. So we are treating today, I can say, most of the industrial effluent biologically. We have a very high removal of COD, BOD. We are easily able to meet the local norms. We are in the sense we must have heard of in the industrial world, people zero discharge hazardous chemicals, ZDHC standards. These are standards which we very easily meet, and these are the standards which the European and the Western world buyers are strict about and ensure that their suppliers are maintaining these ZDHC standards. Our USP has been the lowest operational cost. When we talk about effluent treatment, operational cost is something which is very, very important. Our plants are high in capex, but over 10 years, we are the cheapest. If you factor in the savings which are there compared to a chemical physical plant. Like any biological plant in sewage, the sludge which is produced is in this case also non-toxic. It's not that it is toxic sludge because it is coming from chemical effluent. It's the same, I can say the same bacteria which is there, which comes out of the system. That's how the sludge generated also in our plants is non-toxic. MBR, we have experts here of MBR already, so I don't want to touch on that. MBR filtration, we have, some people have said that the MBR is the future technology. I can tell you, we as a team were sold on the MBR system way back in 2005. We were running zero liquid discharge plants with the conventional scheme. We saw this MBR application where you are able to actually remove MBR, nothing but a filter. You're able to put the solids in one side and you get clear water on one side. The first installation what we did was in textiles, we did was in 2010 for a 10 MLD plant. I can show you pictures about that. The solution is, the MBR is nothing but a barrier, but all the biological removal happens in the biological, all the COD, BOD removal happens in the biological side. The MBR is just bridging the gap between filtration systems to the RO. So we have complete SS removal in the MBR system. Ultrafiltration, reverse osmosis plants, zero liquid discharge. Today, as I said, that we are recovering up to 98% wastewater. That means only 2% wastewater eventually goes to a ZLD system like a evaporator, any kind of evaporator. And we have completely automated membrane, the RO operation. The running cost, again, we are the cheapest when it comes to operating a reverse osmosis system. We are looking at somewhere close to 30-40 cents for 95% of wastewater recovery. The evaporator. The final reject of the ETP goes to a evaporator. We initially, I can say in 2010, 11, 12, we were talking about 10% going, 15% going. Today, we are actually sending only 2 to 5% to the evaporator. So the evaporator is the most expensive part in the entire ZLD scheme. Every effort is to save maximum water, recover maximum water prior to the evaporator. That's how your total operational cost will be reduced. So when we started off, we started with a, let's say, a 3-stage or a 2-stage RO. Today, we're talking about 5-stage with the help of partners like Dow, where we have Dow and also Veolia. I don't want to take them away, that they are also very strong in thing, though they are one of my competitors, but still. So we have developed technologies with them where we have been able to reuse and recover water up to 95, 96, 97. Obviously depends on TDS, depends on silica, but that's how we have reached today to recover maximum through membrane-based systems, not to go into a multi-effect evaporator or a steam-based evaporator or a vacuum-based evaporator. All right, a DAF system, sludge treatment. Another new thing what in the last, I can say, couple of years we have been promoting is the CO2, use of CO2 chimney smoke for pH neutralization in wastewater. So what we do is take the CO2 from the chimney smoke, put it in water. As you all know, the carbon dioxide, when it comes in contact with water, becomes carbonic acid, and you are able to reduce the pH naturally. So you are in a complete green, sustainable loop of environment, in the sense there's no wastewater, there's no discharge of wastewater. The sludge which is produced is non-toxic, and the air which we pollute is also becoming slowly and gradually eco-friendly, let's say. Then we have special waste treatment for special wastewater. Is all again, we try to do it as possible through membrane technologies. Caustic soda recovery. These are all challenges which come in many textile or many process across all industries. This is the conventional scheme, which I think we all have been grown up seeing. Instead of the oxidation, before you used to have a big primary treatment through chemical. I can say as Indo-Italian or Italian companies we removed the chemical system prior to the oxidation. So straight after equalization, we went to oxidation. Then we had oxidation obviously had a clarifier, microfilter, ultrafilter, reverse osmosis. we were running, I can say, close to 10, 15 plants in India with this scheme. And in 2007, I started to lose my sleep and also my hair, I can tell you, with running these many plants. And I went to Italy to my team. I said, guys, I cannot sell more plants. We need to find a solution. And we went to Suez plant, GE Suez plant in Brescia, which is a 30 MLD. Yeah, 30 MLD sewage plus textile waste plant, and where we saw crystal clear water like this. Basically, crystal clear means not in color, but in solid free. And the idea of all these steps put together was to send solid free water to the RO. We saw that the MBR system is the best to reach that step quickly. Yes, the MBR that time was very, very expensive, was not something which was easily, I can say, affordable for everybody and anybody. Today, yes, it's become more cheaper. Then we introduced this MBR system in industrial wastewater in 2010 with a large plant in Brazil. And then the first, I can say the first zero liquid discharge facility was in central India in Madhya Pradesh for 9,000 meter cube, where we had the biological, MBR and RO. This is the MBR. So you've basically removed the clarifier, microfilter, sand filter or carbon filter, microfilter, ultra filter. So 4 steps were all combined in 1 step of the MBR. In sewage, it's very simple, but when it comes to industrial wastewater, the volume may be small, but the complexity is much, much larger compared to a sewage effluent, which you will see down the slides, what kind of effluent waste I'm talking about. So this is a case study. This is one of the largest, I can say the largest plant in the world for a common effluent treatment plant in the world in China for 300,000 meter cube per day. This plant was installed, if I remember well, in the early 2000, where they are treating 300,000. A majority of it is textiles. We were able to remove biologically all the impurities like COD, BOD, and discharging the wastewater without any chemical treatment. We have, okay, that's not 2014, that's a mistake from a copy, by the way, sorry. This is the plant in China. You see 4,000, inlet COD was 4,000 because it had pharma waste as well as textile waste. BOD was 1,500, TDS was 5,000. In that time in China and also now, there is no concept of zero liquid discharge. It's only in India, I'll be very honest with you. Most of the countries are allowed to discharge the wastewater. Most of the countries have started now recovering partial water, not in a zero liquid discharge way. You have, after the biological, we were discharging water with less than 250, less than 10 BOD, which is, I can say, as per the normal PPCB or CPCB norms. This is again a textile thing. This is the Trident Group plant I've been talking about for 9,000 meter cube per day, where we are recovering 96% wastewater biologically through a membrane-based system. So this is the biological. This is the MBR. This is the RO. So this is the wastewater inlet. This is the water after the MBR. So here, yes, there is color, but here the COD is less than 200. The BOD is less than 10. TSS is 0. Purely through a biological treatment, through this extended aeration system, we are successfully achieving this even today in all our plants. Then this is the water which the textile mill reuses. This is the water which eventually goes to the evaporator. This, obviously the salt which is here is used again in the process house, so there is again a saving if you are able to reuse the salt. And then the partial water is also sent back to the recovered water is also sent back to the textile mill. These are the inlet parameters. We have COD 3000, BOD 1000, TDS 5000, TSS 800. And after biological again, we have this which can be discharged, but in this case is zero liquid discharge. So around 95% wastewater which is being sent back to the process is with all practically everything nil, and TDS around 200. The reject is all the concentration goes in, and we're looking at treating this in a steam evaporator. This is for an electronics industry, is a very small plant but a very big achievement for us. This is a plant having waste raw effluent 200,000 COD. So this is a special waste which is produced in electronics production. They were treating this in a chemical physical plant with conventional system like a lime, alum, ferrous sulfate, and then going into evaporator, not even going through an RO system, going straight to evaporator. We have projected for them a saving of 50 tons of sludge per month. So you can imagine the kind of savings they'll be there. And the big advantage is reuse of water. Instead of going to the evaporator and evaporating the salt and not getting much water, we are talking about recovery 90% wastewater through, again, a membrane-based system. Obviously, the core treatment has been the biological system. This is for a glass manufacturing in Mexico, Saint-Gobain, 1,000 meter cube per day. Again, a biological treatment with microfiltration and ultrafiltration. This is the wastewater out, and after the ETP, they are allowed to recover some water and balance their discharging. They are recovering water with filtration after this for the process again. This is for a steel mill in Russia. This is for a steel application where again there's a lot of water which is consumed. Again, it has heavy metals, it has a lot of iron, a lot of ferrous, a lot of magnesium. All that is removed through here is not a full biological system, here is more of a filtration system and then followed by RO. This is the raw fluent characteristics. This is a plant for again a steel mill in Russia where oil is recovered, and the water is also separated and reused. This is a special membrane which is used for this kind of application, where you are able to separate the oil from the water and use the oil as a product again, and then use the water for the steel mill. CO2 recovery. This is the plant in Mexico where we are using the chimney smoke for putting the chimney smoke in the wastewater in the equalization and reducing the pH. Here's a video of one of our plants in South India. Here you can see that how at what ease through automation we are able to reuse the water. This is the evaporator, the final evaporator. This is in the heart of Tirupur. Tirupur, we all know, is the largest producer of knitted fabrics, knitted garments in India. Is doing a turnover of, I can say, close to 5 or 6 billion euros. And the biggest problem here is water. And you imagine a dying company without water. So this is the screening, equalization. This is the wastewater coming from the process house, automatic screening, lifting, equalization, pH control, cooling tower. This is the oxidation. This is the MBR. Here is the heart, here where all the COD, BOD, TSS, suspended color, surfactants, phosphorus, ammonia, everything is removed biologically. This is the MBR, so water after the biological, instead of going through a clarifier, microfilter, sand filter, ultrafilter, goes straight away to the MBR. This is the pumps for the sucking the clear water from the membrane. This is the reverse osmosis. This is a, let's say, a 4-stage RO where we are covering 95% wastewater. It's fully automated via the high pressure booster pumps. This is the raw effluent, this is the biological, this is the feed to the RO, the MBR outlet, this is the RO permeate which is sent back to the process, the reject which goes to the evaporator. This is the final evaporation, this is the control panel for the plant. A plant like this is managed by one person, and I believe you me, one person. One skilled person is required to manage this plant. And we are able to manage and remotely right now also from sitting from here. So we are managing actually zero liquid discharge facilities sitting in India, in Sri Lanka, in China, in Bangladesh, in Russia, in Mexico, where at ease we are recovering water. That's the blower room. I'll go past this. Yeah, so we are ISO certified, 9001, 14001. We are based in India, Italy and Mexico. Any questions? Because it's industrial effluent, if anybody has some questions. This is GMS, what I showed you, GMS processors. We have Everready, SP Apparels, we have Jai Vishnu Group, KM Knitwear. No, this is all private clients. This is all private clients. So we are not in the public domain, I'll be frank with you. We are catering to the private sector. So we are the company which supplies the electromechanical equipment and does the installation and commissioning. The civil, the civil is done by the company themselves. We supply the equipment, designing, engineering and the equipment. There are multiple CETPs already constructed, but unfortunately, how much of them run very well? Why everybody today is thinking of getting out of the CETP and putting up their own ETP. Everybody went to the CETP so that the headache is managed by the CETP, but a serious company will not want their fate to depend on 100 people running the show there. So all of them are now are exiting out of the CETP. It's not easy, but they're getting out of the CETP. Because a good plant, to install a plant like this, you need a big pocket. But yes, it runs. Unfortunately, the CETPs in India are not running. Why do we have the most polluted Vapi water going there? Why do we have still all this industrial belts polluted? Unfortunately, this is the big challenge, because always they look for L1. Sasta अच्छा नहीं हो सकता.
Privatized water supply happened way back in 1996. In 2002, they have commissioned and all the water started flowing in for all the industry.
Yes.
This year.
Yes.
It's a PPP project.
Absolutely. हाँ जी. उसके बाद सारे प्लांट चले. Then 2008-9 में सारे प्लांट लगे फिर से CETP के. With technologies, new technology, I think somewhere close to 1,000 crore was spent, and after that 2 years, Tirupur was also stopped for 2 years because the entire system failed. The plants were not running. There was actually fabric being made in Tirupur, sent for dyeing to Ludhiana, and then for garmenting coming back to Tirupur. If they had put in good plants, good technologies, this wouldn't have happened. Because it was an L1 based criteria system, the end result is like this. All right.
Sir, I have one question.
Sure.
What is the running cost of this type of product? I mean to say, what per MLD or per KLD? How much is the cost and the energy consumption?
See, energy in a plant like this is the most contribution to the power cost is the energy. For a treatment plant, as I mentioned in my slide, we're looking at somewhere close to 10 rupees to 15 rupees for treating the water and discharging the wastewater per KLD. Then you talk about reuse of water. We are able to reuse water at 40 to 45 rupees, 95%, 40-45 rupees we are able to reuse water. Then this balance 2% or 5% goes to your evaporator. That's where the OPEX increases. So if you ask me, if 50 rupees is for the ETP, RO, recovered water, 50 rupees extra which you put in for the reject management, total is about 100 rupees, let's say. Depending on the raw effluent characteristics, but in general it's about 100. It's in the range of 100. This, if you go for a conventional plant, like a chemical physical plant, this 100 is actually 160, 170. Plus, you have the problem of huge sludge which is generated, which is toxic. In this case, there's no sludge generation. There's less sludge generation, which is 1/5, and the sludge is non-toxic. That's the big advantage.
So what the plant do with that end salt? Because that is also a challenge, because the way the sludge handling is a challenge. After the evaporator, the salt...
So, the salt can be reused. There, it is reused. You can put in more ATFD, as you must be knowing. You put in the ATFD system, you are able to reuse salt. But you see that you are first dirting the water, then going through an ETP and RO, and then getting back the same salt in a mix. To some extent, you are able to reuse. Then, otherwise, you have to store this salt. There are landfill sites in some states which take this kind of salt, but majority the industry is asked to only store the salt or reuse the salt. All right. Anything else? You want to add something for the membrane, since we are speaking industrial?
I don't know, I mean, it was an interesting question,
Yeah.
what he spoke about, and obviously, and on top of it, probably, the trying to sort of increase the water recovery is something which we, keep on exploring. And I think it's a partnership, which we keep on developing. So there are solutions which, can be incorporated.
Yeah.
Yep. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Next session is on policy issues, standards, challenges, scaling and decentralization. I would like to call upon the session chair, called Colonel Bhaskar Tattwavadi, to give a small brief to the gathering about the session.
It's okay. Thank you, Pranesh. Okay, so we have deliberated since this morning on the municipal wastewater. Just now, there was a nice presentation by Mr. Pranay Bahel on the industrial wastewater and their experiences of dealing with difficult wastewaters like the textile, from the textile industry to steel mills to pharma, and how through their mix of different process regimes they have been able to tackle these kinds of difficult to treat wastewater. Our session now is on policy issues related to wastewater treatment, standards, challenges in the development of wastewater treatment facilities, scaling, and the debate on whether we should go for small scale, large scale, centralized or decentralized wastewater treatment plants. As I started the proceedings of the event with the motto that one size cannot fit all, we have here our group of experts who will be dealing these issues related to the wastewater treatment, and the panel will have Dr. Pradeep Kalbar, Mr. Dr. Ajit Salvi, and also we will have Mr. Prakash Sirsat, who will be participating in this discussion.
Thank you, sir. So I would like to call upon the first speaker, Professor Pradeep Kalbar, Associate Professor at the Center for Urban Science and Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. Prior joining to IIT Bombay, he worked as a postdoctoral researcher at the Division for Quantitative Sustainability Assessment at Technical University of Denmark. So he has published several scientific papers in peer-reviewed international and national journals in water and wastewater sector.
And then industrial wastewater is a special issue, but how industry is going to play a role to also getting recycled water as a resource will also be discussed. So wastewater scenario, we all know since morning we have seen that there is a gap, and many people will say it is a crisis, but I see it as an opportunity, because many state has not done anything about wastewater until now, because what developed countries and other many states have done, they have made many mistakes, and there is an opportunity to learn from their mistake now. Whatever infrastructure laying that has happened, which is not getting utilized, which is underutilized, or also not efficient. So those states which are lying behind can learn from them, not to do those mistakes, but those mistakes has to be accepted as a entire fraternity of engineers, because if you keep celebrating the false successes, the other states will also follow the same chain of mistakes, and the water crisis will be also will there in these particular areas. So this is very clear now. Wastewater has to be treated as a resource, and one of the issues that is we always talk about this particular left hand side of the water infrastructure, and we have to look at the entire cycle of water supply, water abstraction, water supply, treatment, distribution, conveyance, and then treatment and recycling. And we are stuck with the linear approach, that we are taking the water from the dams, rivers, using it in the cities, and again disposing of without or partial treatment. That has been the issue. But there are many stakeholders who have to take on board while making these decisions, whether the selected decision for that particular city is correct. So this hard aspect and the soft access aspects has to be taken into account, and then this effective culmination has to be there for a successful management of water resources. What we always talk has been that we talk about the end. Since morning we have been talking only about the treatment. What about the conveyance? How we are collecting sewage? Are we really given a thought? If you see amount of research even in academia happens, 80% of professors, and that's very rough, I'll say, it will be only wastewater treatment technology research. There is no research on how we are doing the wastewater conveyance, and very few people who are actually doing the sewerage operations like Dr. Salvi, and we visited their team, then their challenges and academia is unaware about it, how they are managing. It is not even started documenting also. So neglecting how we are conveying the sewage and just talking about treatment, I think, and if you see the cost aspect, means the conveyance costs are 70 to 80% in the DPR, correct me if I am wrong, for the many practitioners, so I will be afraid to put numbers in front of the practitioners, but this is collected from all the data. But because 70 to 80% cost in the sewage treatment systems are sewage systems are for conveyance, and we are giving too little attention in academics, in teaching, in training our manpower on conveyance aspect, and only treatment, which there are many technologies available. You have seen the people can convert most difficult industrial effluent into the high quality crystal clear water. So technology treatment is not an issue. The configurations and the scale and the entire setup has to be challenged, and that's where I'm coming from. Two needs: sustainability, number of definitions you can search,
how to quantify is more important. That is environmentally prudent, economically affordable, socially accepted, governance. Municipalities has to manage those treatment systems. So governance has to be taken into account while decision making, and technically replicable, easy to do. So these sustainability criteria we have to apply, and then the resilience. This is a new thing now, new challenge with the climate stress, where our systems has to be very very innovative in terms of how we can respond to the future challenges of climate crisis. So resilience is the ecological concept. Our bodies, our nature is resilient. We have some buffer capacity in our bodies, and water resilience is in the let's say event of drought or flood, how our water systems are going to perform. So what resilience expect us to do is in the changing in the environment and changing the implementation objective, change of the objective after the implementation. For example, your BOD standard changed suddenly, NGT gave one order and your let's say the implementation objective changed. Which are the technologies, which are the configurations are more adaptable to this design has to be a criteria in the evaluation. I am talking about the new generation of evaluations, not that conventionally what you have been doing. So designs has to be adaptable, flexible and robust. For example, if this is the performance of an infrastructure, this is timeline and this is the performance parameter, we can use many different types of performance parameters. And let's say calamity strikes here. Calamity may be drought of that particular year or a flood of that particular year, and then performance goes down. Like example, Bandu water treatment plant pumping station was down for 24 hours. That is a entire city will be on the knees, because then you are not able to supply the water, because we have invested entire resources only at one location. Same with the Delhi happened. So all the setup of centralized infrastructure has to be challenged in today's changing times and changing environment. So again, here also resilience definitions are many, but anything that you are doing as infrastructure has to be adaptable, has to be flexible, has to be robust. So on these criteria, we have to see whatever proposal we are making, and need for in sustainability. Everybody nowadays incorporated in there, while making the claims that our technology is sustainable. But in today's time, resilience is a new emerging expectations in your system design. That what systems are more resilient. So if you are calling something as a rational, it has to be both resilient and sustainable. So what I am trying to say is, number of approaches are there for wastewater management. We always jump directly on the treatment side, but keep forgetting about the preventive and conservation, which is efficient fixtures, working on the reduction of consumption, NRW management, losses management in the infrastructure. Those are given not much attention, and directly the treatment, recycling and recovery, which are, I would say, at the second level of choices should be there. And there are the treatment choices available at the household level, decentralized level and the centralized level. So technologies, no dearth of technologies. These are, let's say, generic names, and there are many patented technologies, proprietary technologies available, any combinations of these different technologies. The question is how you combine these things. So there are different approaches, that you do centralized treatment system or a decentralized system, and use mechanized or natural treatment systems. So I am not saying that this is good or this is bad, but the combination has to be decided on the what you want to achieve. How for that particular location, if you want to build the resilience and sustainability, we have to make appropriate choices. We can sometimes centralized may work with the mechanized systems, but sometimes decentralized with mechanized, MBR decentralized, MBR will provide much more benefit within a decentralized systems, even for cities like Mumbai, if they are done at an appropriate scale. So there are many mechanized treatments since morning we have seen, but those are not functioning because of lack of maintenance, lack of operation and maintenance at the municipality level. Energy consumption is very high. So overall, what is wrong in the current approach is, tell me after 10 minutes. Huh? So these are the city boundary, and we have the household consumption, and we have the industries. We have the sources: groundwater, river, lakes, dams, and there is agriculture area surrounding. So this is the fresh water that we fetch from the surrounding areas, and we have the fertilizers application, where the fertilizers are manufactured using nitrogen fixation. So this is NPK cycle that we maintain. We consume the food, we consume the detergents, chemicals in the household, and we expect that this used water has to be conveyed and treated in the centrally. And most of the time the centralized treatment systems fail, and then the untreated, partially treated water goes and contaminate our natural environment, and we are stuck with this entire setup. So where we are making mistakes, that we are trying to do this treatment with high energy technologies, where energy is again brought from thermal power plant, and we are again putting energy take out the nitrogen. So one side we are putting the nitrogen, fixing the nitrogen, and again using the energy we are taking out. So how smart are we? We have to challenge the entire engineering that goes behind these water systems. 2 times we are using energy, 1 time for fixing the nitrogen, 1 time for taking out the nitrogen from the entire system. So we have to do something drastically different. So sludge can be made as a product for supplying the NPK, and the new water, local water can be created. Many case studies people have showed since morning, and energy can be extracted from the sludge also. And this all is possible if we do this decentralization at an appropriate scale, and that's where I'm going to propose and stop the presentation, because the current challenges of recycling are like whether the standards for pathogens are not clear, as Professor Karnal Tatwadi has said in the morning. Emerging contaminants, we have not yet touched to this topic of microplastics. Even in rainfall we have seen microplastics are there nowadays. So no, our pristine lakes also we are saying clean, but we have to check that quality also now, because rainwater has too many contaminants, because our atmosphere is not clean. Then can we close the loop of nitrogen phosphorus? Amount of phosphorus that we lose to our rivers and then oceans is very large, and where there is a market for recycled water. So basically the different issues are there. The market of recycled water has to be identified. So we have to do this particular appropriate scale implementation, natural and hybrid treatment system, and building scale interventions. So what I am saying is, you have choice to do centralized or decentralized, but our research, what I have been studying and basically advising is, there are in the market people are there providing highly decentralized, like building level solutions, or highly centralized at city level. Many very large, both are not working, because if this fails, entire sewage treatment affects. Building level maintaining STP, there are good technology providers, but not many societies. Once you hand over, STP goes down, because there is no motivation for the building to operate. So on the life cycle cost, on the social benefits, on the potential for recycling water, on the resource recovery, on ease of governance, on environmental impacts, on all of these forms the sustainability of the system. As I said, something at an appropriate scale is very important. Doing something appropriate, that not at a building level, but at least at the community level, STPs can be planned. Then robustness, adaptive capacity, and flexibility. So resilience of the system also has to be good. So the scale decentralization as a concept I am proposing, where not a too large system and not a too small system. Then what can be the scale? So proposed scale that initially that we have come up with is that for a small cities like 1 lakh population, you have 10 MLD expected sewage generation. You can do, consultants can prepare a DPR of 1 to 2 MLD 4-5 zones, so that local recycling will happen in future, not immediately but in future. 100 MLD, split it into 10 MLD, 20 MLD zone. If 500 MLD, split it into 25-30 MLD zone, and 2000 MLD for very metro cities, we can go for a much more 50 to 80 MLD, because metro cities decentralization may be the centralized for other smaller cities. So the scale has to be discussed as per the local conditions. So with this I stop with my presentation. And building level, STPs are failing because of non-maintenance of the STPs. What we are trying to do is, basically people combine the grey water and the toilet water together, and operating that STP is very difficult. So if you have dual drain also along with dual plumbing, one drain collecting the bathroom water, you can treat it and again send it back to the toilet flushing, that grey water cycle may be more effective than combining everything and making a heavy technology investment. So we have to do things, apply the segregation principle that every environmental engineer that we learn, and do this at appropriate scale, I think, and use of hybrid, natural, and wherever needed, mechanized. So thinking is much more needed than only talking about technology. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I call upon Dr. Ajit Salvi, who is a Deputy Chief Engineer in Sewage Operation Department of MCGM. He has more than 3 decades of experience of planning and maintenance of sewage conveyance system, plumbing, pumping and treatment plants. Today he'll be talking on recycle and reuse of treated wastewater, present status and future plans of MCGM. Over to you.
Okay. First of all, let me thanks Kalvar sir, because sometime pre-COVID, we were talking about because majority of my career, I worked in conveyance system rather than treatment, and nobody focuses on conveyance. You go to anywhere, any conferences, everybody talk about treatment. Okay. You talk about NMCG, Clean Ganga, you talk about Amrut, everybody talks about, say, only treatment. But to be very frank, cities, all cities are there facing the problems in conveyance system, and nobody is aware how to maintain and how to do the things. And that is the reason morning Shirsat sir was talking about, we gave the training to the Nagpur Municipal Corporation, PCMC is going to come here, because whatever difficulties we are facing in conveyance system, there is no solution available in the book, no solution available in the Google, let me tell you. And I just challenge you, if it is available, you can find out. So that is the only, by experience, by lots of efforts we find out, and that is the thing, sir. Really good efforts he has put in, and not only that, lots of the number of students or number of, say, postgraduate students are working on the centralization and decentralization and all, including Shweta also. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Coming to my topic, so say this will be the agenda, basically present scenario that I will just skip, then sewerage system of Mumbai, current information. This third point will be the major aspect, that is recycle, reuse of treated wastewater, present status and future plans. Then what are the challenges in general, and then finally conclusion. So this is what, just to begin with, the basically CPCB 2021 report says that there is an increasing need of water to meet the domestic requirement, and wastewater discharge in the receiving water bodies deteriorating its quality. Morning we discussed all these things, let us understand that. Now what is by picture, let us understand what is a water scenario. I am just going ahead. Those who are interested in the figures, this particular slide gives lots of about the figures also, what is the availability per capita water and all. I am not reading that, going ahead. Then in general, if you talk about the wastewater scenario in India, so this is the situation. I think in morning some of the presenters shown also what is happening in Pune and all. So this is what in general. Next slide I would like to, because this particular figures also discussed, but I want to highlight one issue. Number of speakers talked about 72,000 MLD sewage is generated and somewhere around 35,000 or something capacity is available. But just go to last part, that is what the compliant treatment capacity is only 12,197 MLD. That is what the thing, and that one should understand, because what in general there is a problem with the operation and maintenance. There is a lots of negligence in the operation and maintenance. As a result, you will find that over a period of time, under various schemes of JNNURM, Amrut and all, lots of STPs are established, but over a period of that they become, say, non-functional. They are not complying to the discharge standard. As a result, only हम लोग बोलते हैं ना वो fit काटने के लिए सब लोग जाते हैं and nothing is happening. So that is the issue. I would like to tell that aspect, because again I am from the operation and maintenance side and that is the key area. Let us understand that. To put up the project is not a big thing. To operate it and maintain it is a big aspect. So this slide particularly I added, say this is the India Water Portal September 19. Annually 33 million Indians are affected by waterborne diseases. 1.5 million children die due to diarrhea, and 73 million working days are lost, leading to the economic burden of rupees 36,500 billion a year. And we are talking about how much loss happened due to COVID. And we are forgetting every year this is what happening. So that is the issue. So COVID with lots of discussion in Times of India on the front line, and nobody is talking about that. So this is the thing I would like to highlight. Let us go to the main aspect. In urban areas like say Mumbai or metro cities, this is what the attitude. So that is what, take, flush and forget. Okay. So this is what, next day water will come because BMC is there, our Argade Sahib is there. So they will supply sufficient quantity of water at the subsidized rate. That is very interesting. So this is the attitude in over a period of time. My point is what I am coming to the main aspect. So we have to change that. We have to change that, because why I need not to discuss, because since morning we discussed lot ki why this type of attitude is not good. So what is required? Some paradigm shift is required. So let us start from the toilet, and somebody was talking about potable standards. So that is what this particular figure shows, that finish should be a potable water. So that type of paradigm shift is very much required. So it cannot be flush and forget. No. So same thing is happening. General public are of that nature only. But at the same time, it should be affordable and it should be sustainable. Otherwise, we will put up the plan and over a period of time it is not working. We will put up the plan and over a period of there will be health issues. There will be health issues because the real quality standards are not maintained. So it should be affordable and it should be sustainable. So we have to make some changes in the mindset of the public. So what are the different points we need to focus is what? From sewage treatment to sewage reuse and recycling, from waste management to the resource recovery. No doubt today this particular point is not a discussion of the today's today's workshop, so I am not focusing on that. Emphasize that the wastewater is a resource in terms of water, nutrients and agricultural use and energy, whose effective management is essential for future water security. Decentralized wastewater treatment option, and from linear economy to circular economy. First, I just coming to the Mumbai part, because many students are there, they are definitely interested what is happening in Mumbai exactly. So from this particular data, just focus on the 2-3 figures only. Water supply around 3,850 million litre per day. Such a huge water supply. Even some of the small cities monthly water supply is not this much. So let us focus on that aspect. And again it is a subsidized rate. Let me repeat again. Whatever after NRW leakages and everything, sewage generated is around 2190 million litre per day. We have around 2026 kilometer of sewerage network, out of which majority of the network was laid by even by the Britishers also. Still we are maintaining after more than 130 years after doing the rehabilitation work. People talk only about, yes, Indians are not doing good work, only Europeans are doing. But after 130 years, we are maintaining the same sewage network effectively. So that is also a credit. Otherwise, the infrastructure, you talk about the even buildings and all, after 25 years it goes for what? Redevelopment. Some of the areas like that, Mumbai and all, morning the building was there, afternoon we are not sure. Let us understand. In the afternoon sessions, I think such type of sessions are very much required. Otherwise, people like from Kalwar sir and all, they are making very heavy. No.
with the all supply from the Shweta and all. Anyway, so though I am making in a lighter mode, but there is some message in that. There is a message in that. We are maintaining it successfully. That is very important. We have used trenchless technology, done rehabilitation work, and as a result, we are going to use the same network for another 50 years. So that is the important part. So Mumbai, we done lot of studies somewhere in 1972 and did some topographical survey, and these are the, after doing the topographical survey and all, these are the different sewerage zones. That is what 7 sewerage zones were identified in somewhere in 1972, and based on that, all planning and all implementation is being done based on this particular study only. At present, this is the current scenario. You will find that you see that there are different sewerage zones are there, and in second column I am talking about the plant capacity. Now you can see that except first, see that is what Kulaba, that is red I mentioned, and everything is what in a black. The reason is what I wanted to tell you ki all other zones, the treatment plants are established somewhere 20 or 25 years back, and it was designed based on the prevailing design standards. So they are not matching the existing NGT norms, what were discussed morning by the sir. So all other except Kulaba, they are not matching or they are not meeting the NGT discharge norm. That is the thing. Whatever the treatment level available, it is already given there. You will find that at the most either preliminary or primary, or some of the case there is some secondary treatment is there, but very on a very linear, on a very primary level. Maximum BOD we can reduce up to 50 or something, not more than that. But if you see Kulaba 37 MLD plant, it is having the tertiary treatment, and this is commissioned in April 2020. Let me again repeat, April 2020 was COVID, entire world was closed, and we commissioned the plant. Let us highlight that. We commissioned the plant in April 2020 with new discharge standard. Nobody was thinking about कि कल आने वाला है कि नहीं, but we were sure कल आने वाला है. So that is the point. Now with this, let us go ahead. Ki this is the existing. I want to go ahead with the future plan. So this is what the recycling of that is what 20% is requirement as per the norms given by the say central government. Now what we are doing? So first of all, we talked about the decentralized treatment. Okay. So finally, recycle and reuse, it is not a one night scenario. We cannot say tomorrow we cannot start using recycle and reuse. We cannot insist public. So we have established number of different say decentralized wastewater treatment facilities having very small, and we are using that treated water for what gardening purposes, maybe for other purposes. I have say mark one, you can see second, that Banganga pumping station, that particular water or that particular treated water we are supplying to the Rajbhavan where our governor stays. Idea is what? After 4-5 years, when our all STPs will be commissioned and we will be supplying to the treated water or treated wastewater to the public, we can say, governor's bungalow, we are supplying this treated wastewater, why not you? Shirsat sir has taken lots of efforts in this particular implementation of this Banganga pumping station small treatment plant. Other all treatment plant you will find that except that Kulaba, all are small decentralized plant, and idea is what ki whatever the treatment is done up to tertiary level, and we can use it for maybe for gardening, maybe for other things. I can show what are the other initiatives also. So no, this is only, don't go by that because it was something, it is supplied by under that name of that society. No. Chembur. See now, finally what we have to talk in terms of pricing, costing and all other things. Just see, if you see at present, treated wastewater we are supplying to some of our customer. See, just go to the last part and you will see that we are supplying the treated wastewater at the rate of what, 20 rupees, may 3.27 rupees, 8.72, 4.91. Please, 4.91 is a raw sewage given to the RCF, and finally later on the RCF treat it and they do use it for their say internal use. My idea is what, don't bother about what is the cost, why 3.27 and why 20 and all. There are some reasons and backgrounds are there. Idea is what, ki we are supplying treated wastewater to the customers and we are earning some revenue. Over a period of time, such type of system will be developed. That is the idea. You see, let me tell you ki further, recently we went for the publishing UI, expression of interest for all these small pumping stations, small STPs, and it was a paper published UI. And what we said, ki how much water we can supply, treated wastewater, and we mention everything about the quality also, what is BOD, COD and everything. And then the idea is what, ki let us to see ki how much people are interested, how many customers are interested and how much rate they are ready to offer. So that was the idea. We were not interested ki whether it will be 100% successful or what will be the percentage of success. That was not the focus. We wanted to just check, because down the line, as I say, ki later on our entire project will be completed and more than 1250 MLD of treated, tertiary treated recycled water will be available, and we have to plan for that. Say this is what our result. We got some of the say very interesting, one particular Atharva College of Engineering, they asked us for what the treated wastewater and they were ready to take. Another customer BPCL, HPCL, see the rate they offered. Atharva College, they said we are ready to take at 9 rupees. Okay, there are other people, they were ready to take at 15 rupees. Definitely say we are earning, again forget about the whatever earning and whatever revenue. It is what we have to develop the practice. Yes, people should start using this particular treated wastewater. So this is after existing, what is the future? This is what everybody is more interested, or everybody is well aware ki it is coming in the newspaper also. So these are our treatment plants, or all projects are being implemented. The contractors are already issued, and from June 2022, that was the maybe a start date. This is the completion period I have given. Considering this particular workshop, just focus on the recycle and reuse capacity. Our guidelines talks about 20% recycle and reuse, but BMC always one step ahead. We have put in what 50% recycle and reuse capacity in our plant, and that is what, see, only 500 to 50 MLD is available, as against total, if you see, 1271 MLD treated wastewater will be available. It is as good as one big water supply project, you can see. 2-3 water supply project, that much wastewater will be, treated wastewater will be available. We are not keeping quiet. So finally, out of that, Kulaba already the treatment is started, and whatever tertiary treated wastewater, we are just, it is in a say consultancy stage. We are going for whether it can be converted into potable standard, and for that purpose we have taken 12 MLD pilot project, and it will be converted into potable standard, direct potable. So if it is successful, just imagine after 5 years so much of treated wastewater will be available, and we can just say morning Mr. Charat Tandon talked about ki they are thinking about how to use that and all. So that is a later on. Okay. So overall, this is the aspect. This is our Kulaba treatment facilities. What I say ki we commissioned in April 2020. So challenges is what? Maintenance of tertiary treatment facilities, provision of distribution network. See, please understand, there are so many network, fresh water, sewage, storm water, cables, Tata, so many things are there, and we are providing another network of treated wastewater, just imagine, okay. And so that is not an easy task. Tariff of the fresh water and recycle, this is the policy decision, has to be taken. Otherwise, we will supply fresh water at 5 rupees and treated wastewater at 15 rupees, nobody will ready to take. So this is a policy decision I have put in, Siddharji is well aware about. In various forum we are discussing in how to place the treated wastewater, what should be the costing and what should be. So this is being discussed. I think this forum we can also talk about, because this is the workshop for use of recycle and reuse of the treated water. This is the point, we need to focus on that. Then public awareness, and then human touch and assurance of the water quality. Again, we talked about only Singapore, they are using for potable standard. Let us make it something interesting also, so that public will be attracted. So this is what. So this is our Swedish consultant, they converted wastewater into beer. This is what. And see, when many forums, the people told me कि sir ऐसा कुछ करो तो 31st December को सब finish कर देते हैं हम लोग. So there will not be a problem. And this is not the photograph from the Google. This is the actual photograph that you can see that they handed over to me, and I am using it only for academic interest. Okay, that is also very important.
Because distillery is coming in Nagpur now.
Yes.
Think on those lines.
That is. Anyway, my point is what कि सबको थोड़ा make it very interesting. So finally, water is a finite and vulnerable, hence need to be conserved. Treated wastewater is a reliable source of water. 1250 mld at 50%. Just imagine at 50%. Just imagine if we go for 100%, what will happen? Decentralized STPs are easy solution for implementation of the use of treated wastewater. With credit to Kalwar sir, we are doing that also, decentralized, maybe on a smaller scale, but we are doing that. And strategic master plan is needed for the reuse of treated wastewater. We cannot say ki 1200 mld and start using it. No, for that purpose some strategic master plan is needed. And we are on the way, we are doing it, but with this let us say thank you. Thanks a lot.
About the mode of failure also of STP. My point is that do we have any mechanism, particularly urban local body level? Suppose we construct the STP for some particular capacity, isn't it? So construction is going on, people are constructing the tall structures and everybody is getting the permission to discharge the wastewater, that sewage into the sewage treatment plant. So what about the hydraulic load available with that sewage treatment plant? That could also be one of the possible reasons for not functioning of that STP.
No.
What is your suggestion?
STP is whatever we are designing, at whatever I have shown our future plan, that is designed for another 25 years already. 2050 design load is considered. So hydraulic capacity is concerned, there will not be any trouble. Not only that, it will be say based on whether it is a pumping or STP. So there will be some sort of a parallel arrangement is there. Wherever required, we can add some additional capacity. But at present, so far treatment is concerned, all projected population is taken into account. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for that enriching talk. Now, I would like to call upon Mr. Prakash Sirsat, who has worked in the wastewater department of BMC for more than 25 years. He has wide experience in the field of operation and maintenance of sewerage system, trenchless sewer rehabilitation, wastewater treatment and reuse. Currently, he is working as a deputy director of this august institution, MCMCR. He'll be delivering his talk on reuse policy implementation challenges for municipal corporation.
Good afternoon all. I think Salvi sir has already covered the challenges, so I did not to waste the time, but still few points I think we can discuss in my experience perspective. So these are some projections of our water requirement. In Chitlai committee's report in 2021, it was expected that we will be requiring something around 5,300 mld of water, but actually no census has been done and the rate of increase of population is declined actually, and we are still at 3850 as Salvi sir said, and we are surviving with that in even 2024. So that's fine. So actually, if that would have been our requirement, then certainly we would have been soup at this time. Same time, we are working on all these recycle reuse projects. At the same time, we are identifying new sources also. But of course, as everybody said, that we have to now work on the demand side rather than the supply side. Just Salvi sir said presented these figures that we are going ahead with the construction of our treatment plants, where almost 50% in Kulaba, of course this is 37, not 19, but around almost 1250 million liters of water we will be treating at tertiary level. So of course the treatment, already these contracts are awarded, but of course the challenge is now how actually it is to be used. These, we can see these are the waters available at the end point of all the 7 zones basically, and from there today if we have to really distribute it back into the city, it is a Herculean task, and we really don't have any plan for that, how we can go about it. Even we had appointed a consultant long back since 2008. We tried a lot to make a plan for that, how to distribute. But of course, one cannot stop for first laying the network. We have already made a provision in treatment plant to treat it tertiary level 50%. But of course, to take it ahead is a challenge. Now, what are our standards for treatment for all these 7 plants? For secondary treatment, we will be treating at BOD less than 10 mg per liter and TSS 20. And what that 50% quantity that we will be treating at the tertiary is BOD 10 and TSS 5. Whereas we can see one table from the CPHU manual where it says that recommended norms for treated sewage quality for specified activities at point of use. There you can see, maybe visible, TSS is nil everywhere. Of course, all other points are there. Now suppose if we supply this water in the city and those are the standards, then again who is going to treat that further next level treatment? That is one thing. Second thing is, if anybody is requiring the different quality of water, who is going to provide that? Because this is the tertiary level treatment and water, this is the quality we have available. So these standards are recommended standards, may not be statutory for reuse, but still, so as on date also there is a difference of targeted, what we are planning to use is for toilet flushing, but the standards are something different, and that difference we have to match. Of course, always as a usual the first challenge technology selection, but if few people might be involved into the tendering of this large 7 STPs, we have seen that we have received only 2 technologies, that is MBR and SBR, because they have already studied and eliminated few technologies. Those all technologies were not allowed to bid. So this is the one case, otherwise it would have been very much difficult to assess all the technologies on the basis. So there were restrictions and elimination of the technologies. That's why at least the technologies could be sorted out. Now we are after 3 years our plants will be ready, and by that time it is expected that around 1500 metric tons of sludge will be generated, and how to dispose of that sludge is a challenge, very big challenge. Even that because of NGT pressure or some, there was no time to think and they had to go ahead with that. But now this is the challenge, next challenge they have to think in next 2 years or 3 years are there. By that time they have to be ready with the solution. As sir said, Savi sir said, now last year we must have heard that our honorable chief minister has declared that by next 1 or 2 years all the roads in Mumbai has to be a concrete road. So we have at least 20 years of life for any concrete road. Most of the half of the roads are by this time are concrete in Mumbai, and they have planned that rest of all the roads will be next one on, even this year they wanted to finish but could not happen, so by the next year or something. So once this is finished, then with a life of 15 or 20 years of road, how we are again going to break those and lay a network, we don't know. As everyone knows who is working in municipal corporation, as on date If you cut open the road for any of the repair activity, you just can't do it because there are 10, 20 utilities not laid in any systematic manner. Neither we have a GIS network or GIS mapping exactly, so that there are always chances of damaging any other network. So we are doing, of course, we have as on date only sewer network on our GIS, because we did survey in 1995 that one service is there with respect to GIS or GPS mapped network, that at least that we can see. But what about other utilities? We don't have. So that is going on. But without that, laying of a new network in the city without having knowledge of existing networks, utilities, is a big challenge. As sir said, rate, he has showed in his presentation all different rates. And almost 15 years back, when we gave a raw sewage to the RCF, one of our officer was very happy, saying that I earned something, 1.5 rupees. That time it was debate. Why you are trying to earn for BMC? Is it an earning of 1.5 rupees per kiloliter? Rather, you saved 22.5 million liters of fresh water. They are using, RCF is taking and they are using it for their purpose. So at least I saved my 22.5 MLD, that is supply side. So that is our saving. But we should not entangle into the earning from the sewage, because getting our fresh water and saving the water, that should be our aim basically. So anyway, as he said, we have to decide some policy which is not yet. That's why we can see different rates there. This is when I will lay a independent network. It is expected that everyone on that road should take that water. Otherwise, what will do with that much quantity of water? And if you go to any old building, where is the separate plumbing? How they can use it? Can I ask them to have a plumbing at this stage? We don't know the status of the building, whether they can do and whether it will be ready, and who will bear that cost. For your, at what cost, say 5 rupees or 1 rupees, whatever your cost of water, for that I have to spend 2 lakhs rupees, 5 lakhs rupees. Are they going to spend? That is a question. That quality assurance and monitoring, like there in earlier CPHO table, we saw that there is a residual chlorine requirement of 1 mg per liter. In that also reused water. So for fresh water, we have our service reservoirs in addition to our main reservoirs, where we also maintain the quality. Again, we redose the chlorine and maintain the residual chlorine. Are we going to construct a such type of service reservoirs in between to maintain that quality, reuse quality? Because once it is going to the building level, we don't know that for what purpose they will be using. Of course, they will be using for touchable purpose. So the maintaining quality is very important issue. And the last one is as a social acceptance. When you are getting the water at very cheaper rate, as we said, we have some production cost of say 16, 18 or 20 rupees, but we are selling the water, we are supplying the water from 6 rupees to 120 rupees. So in this scenario, when I am getting a 6 rupees per kiloliter of water, fresh water, what will be my position to accept this? So these are the things. Recently, we are studying all those plants, as Salvi sir said. We are going for as a BMC. We are trying to install some few plants, and we are doing these efforts since last more than 10 years. Or even rather, first plant was in 2007. That is SBT based, soil biotechnology plant. So we are trying to study what are their costs and operation, and what is the capital cost, and what are the operation and maintenance costs. You can see just few figures that I have just escalated this cost every per year 10%, and then you can see the cost per ml for this year is in crores is 2.7 crore, 2.45 crore, 3 crore, and up to 16 crore and 8 crores. These are, of course, these are the different capacity plants from 15 KLD to 10 MLD. So these are the different costs. Then actually, if somebody wants to recommend this area, also you can see the first one, SBT technology. There was, now it is demolished because of the new Worli plant is coming. but the area requirement, are we going to count this cost of this area when we are constructing the plant? So these are the questions. So if this is the scenario and somebody is going to construct a new plant, what we are going to recommend and what you can infer from this, that is a question. Here are some studies where actually percentage reduction and the performance of these various technologies is referred, but however this refers to what capacity and what scenario, what inlet BOD and what capacity, at least basic two questions. So similarly what I feel is, for our city at least we should have our own data where we can refer it to for going for the next plant. So we started this efforts to reuse the treated water. However, we can see actually we are at very less. Even in Banganga, we constructed 1.5 MLD and it was expected that in the area the water network will be developed and all the water will be served, but only we could supply to the Banganga even after 5 years. We constructed plant in 14 and in 19 we could lay a line, and so that awareness has yet to come, and actual utilization of that plants is to be really to be done. So here also selection of technology, and this, as I said, tendering process. When our engineer, all these plants are installed by different sections, but that engineer does not know. Every time everybody has done a new innovation like things. So that knowledge of tendering, what specification that we have to decide, so that knowledge has to be there. Then we have to arrive at some, we have to specify some cost for particular plant. Then what sort of quality assurance, what online monitors we can keep, what frequency lab testing has to be done. Then whether, as in today's presentation, WaterNet presented that highly automated plant. So of course small plant has to be automated, otherwise it is very difficult to operate with the manual inputs. Then perspective applications, like in Mumbai, huge amount of civil works and construction work is going on, but however nobody is mandated to use treated water. So apart from all other residential buildings, these are the things. So whether they are, in addition, we have two efforts for society level reuse, that we have offered 5% discount. We have issued a circular. The one who is having a sewage treatment plant and reusing for toilet flushing, he will get 5% discount. However, the fact is, so far nobody has received this 5% discount, just because of there is no monitoring mechanism. How it should be monitored, who should monitor, at what frequency you should monitor. So that in between link has to be established, there where we are working, MCMCR is working upon. And as a compulsion, BMC has made it compulsory for high-rise building that you should have your own treatment plant. However, again, this point is discussed by so many people, that this plant is constructed by the developer, and after that, after 2 or 3 years, he hand it over to society, and then after 2 or 3 years, when society takes it on for operation, then only they face the problems, because the one who construct does not have any responsibility. So in neither way he is responsible for that. So just for a purpose of compliance, he construct the plant, and that's why again this number is going somewhere 1200 or 1500, but again we don't know how much of those are working. So these are the challenges. BMC is having all those in the premises, however the compliance or the approval is being done by the MPCB state authorities. So these are the things actually. So in last, we know that this is the minimum target that in all our national urban policy and everywhere SLB requirements, that we have to use 20% and at least 40% industrial requirement we have to meet. So these are the target. So what I feel is, in Mumbai scenario or in the city like Mumbai or some densely populated cities, decentralized is the better option, because as we discussed, centralized is very difficult actually, though we are treating. Then there are technologies available. So always we, as a tendering process, as a impartial thing, we keep all technologies open, but really we should have validate some technology, and for particular capacity, for particular application, if we have some guidelines, then at least we can mention that particular purpose, these are the technologies. there shall be some design and construction guidelines. As I said, in this builders, they install a plant, but nobody checks what is the volume of the tank, what are the hydraulic loading load, what is the SOR, nothing. They just construct the plant, that's all. So there has to be, then as I said, monitoring protocol we should have, procurement procedure, our engineers have to be trained for this thing. Then one more thing is highlighted, that these many STPs are there, but however there are no trained operators, and there is no certification or no course there. So that's why even MCMCR is planning to go ahead with this some certification course for STP operators. And of course there are to be sufficient technology providers, O&M agencies, laboratories. BMC alone cannot look after all these things, so there has to be some certified industries. And even we are thinking of treating our water instead, like in RCF we have established one example. Can we sell the water so that anyone who wants to treat, but that also policy is not there, only RCF is taking with a single special permission. So as a policy, if we make that we can sell a sewage also, then at least people can use. So all this need is a capacity building, and there we are, I think we have to work together, all the sectors, all the stakeholders have to work together, because it is not simply BMC can do, or even MPCB as by control can do, or only researchers in IIT can do. No, we have to, or only technology providers can do. All we have to work together, and certainly with this effort or with this aim, we can certainly work at our MCMCR. That is why in morning one thing I forgot to tell you. MCMCR is a nodal agency approved by UDD, Urban Development Department of Government of Maharashtra. So this is the status, that this is the only institute approved by Government of UDD of Government of Maharashtra. So you all are welcome to solve these problems or associate in solving this problem. So that is what I request you all, and I stop here. Thank you.
I would like to call Mr. Harshad Rane, Head Business Development from Xylem's Water Solutions, for his talk on wastewater recycling technologies.
Very good afternoon to all. Sometimes it's a boon also coming late, and I missed the first half, but it was a very interesting discussion which I heard from Pranay in a second half actually, from Pranay and especially from Dr. Salvi. And in regards to that, I will make it more interesting in terms of giving a interesting solutions for the wastewater recycling technologies. I am representing Xylem. My name is Harshad Rane, by the way. I am a Head Business Development India for the EPC and infrastructure business. And sir has talked about few of the STP's work which is happening in Mumbai, MCGM, that comes under Xylem. Xylem is basically a US multinational company. More than 150 countries we have offices, and we are the technology provider for water and wastewater solutions. We have everything. When I say water and wastewater, we have most of the components for each and every sector. You name anything related to the water, we have. So these are number of brands with which we cater into the entire world. And especially in India, we proudly say that we are doing it under Make in India. So you talked about pump, you talk about SBR technology, you talk about even the smallest metering devices, you talk about the sensing devices, we have everything. Now, coming to our main topic of today. So I will not go into much of this English. It would be an interactive session, as I mentioned to you. We know the wastewater recycling, as from the MCGM, all the higher authorities have talked about the usage and the reuse of the treated water, and that is a need of the hour also. So this slide talks about that only. There are a number of aspects related to the saving, related to the other infrastructure usage of this water recycling. We all are aware about this theme, how it works in terms of the physical, chemical, biological. Now, where it comes to a reuse. When you talk about the reuse in terms of the tertiary treated water, or even in that sense the advanced treatment water, where we have already talked about toilet flushing, vehicle washing, even the groundwater. There are number of systems, like whatever water you are going to get from the primary treatment, from the secondary treatment, from the filtration and the disinfection, that normally we talk about the tertiary treatment, and then there is a advanced treatment. So whichever way you would like to use, like with the new NJT norms, there are different kind of the treated water you are going to get, or the new norms related to the tertiary treatment also, or the reuse also, or the drinking purpose also. So we have options. It is not the case that we have to use only the tertiary for the with the filtration and disinfection, you will get so and so parameter water. You can use it even primary also. So it depends upon us, it depends upon the end usage. Based on that, we need to choose the right technology. And I will talk about that right technology. There are a number of technologies as per those bifurcation what we have seen, the primary, secondary, tertiary. Here we all are aware about new NJT norms, and in that respective, even the existing system, because there are already, it is not the case that we don't have a system in place. Somebody asked question to Dr. Salvi also. What is happening with the old system? Old system is also can be retrofitted, and it can match the new NJT norms, because that was constructed by keeping in a consideration of the next 25 years. So that is not absolute. There are technologies which you can fit into the same system and you can make it as per the new NJT norms. So that is nothing but the SBR retrofitting mechanism. The disk filter for the TSS removal, because that is the one new topic. When you are going for the advanced disinfection system, you require a TSS removal, because that is also mentioned in the new NJT norm that TSS should be less than 10 or less than 5. So such kind of norms are there in a place. UV disinfection system, yes, it is there in India also, and it has been used even in a Mumbai Municipal Corporation. And even in the same plant which we are constructing in Dharavi, which we are constructing into with the help of Welspun, Malad, out of 7 plants, 3 plants Xylem is doing. So there we are using this UV disinfection. The ozone oxidations, like for the Kulaba kind of a pilot plant, we are discussing about the ozone and the UV disinfection, because this is a circular economy. The ozone is the ultimate. Somebody, doctor talked about the microplastics in the water. The ozone is the ultimate. When you talk about the ozone, it literally incinerates everything. And so that's the last point of the advanced disinfection system. And we have a traditional electro and the gas chlorination system, which are already in use even in our 900 MLD plant also. That is again from the Xylem side. Now, I will not go much in depth into this like SBR. That is one of the technology with which you are getting some of the secondary treated parameters. So being an innovator, I mean, so you can even refer, don't go as per my words. Even in a CPHO has taken a note that Xylem
is the innovator of the SBR technology. And most, as sir also told, the technology providers were enlisted in a Mumbai Municipal Corporation. And that's how we got the opportunity to have our SBR technology, the multi-story SBR, getting installed, commissioned in Mumbai. Now with this technology, yes, you are meeting the parameters as per the new NJT norms, and all you are aware about what is the SBR, that is a sequential batch reactor. But yes, there is a difference. There is a continuous flow intermittent decant and the intermittent flow intermittent decant, and we have a beauty to work with any of the system, and which can take the peak load even of though we design for 2.5, but even it can go up to 4 also. So that kind of a beauty, and from the innovator side, we are installing and commissioning in Mumbai Municipal Corporation. So this is a normal typical basin. Even Pranay talked about in his industrial presentations also about such kind of aeration basins. Now Xylem, though it's an American company, but in India we are having so many projects. We proudly mention this slide where we have been doing the work for the MCGM Dharavi, Malad and Versova. I will come on to the subject part, which is today's topic. When you talk about the wastewater recycling technology, as I mentioned to you, we are very proud that under Make in India. So UV disinfection, it is happening in India. We have a factory in Baroda and we are literally exporting in entire world. And this UV disinfection system, like up to log 5, not only log 4, log 3, up to log 5, we have designed the system and we have delivered and commissioned the system in India. So that kind of a capacity we have in India, under Make in India capacity. And already in our existing plant also the same UV is there. The ozone oxidation also, I'll talk about the ozone oxidation in a later stage. Now I'll come on to the case study because most of you are aware about the UV technicality and the ozone also. We have a closed vessel systems as well as we have an open channel system also in terms of the UV, whether it is a wastewater or whether it is a drinking water. So this is a picture of a closed vessel system and it can be used in any of the application, not only municipal but even into industrial applications also. Now in terms of the case study, if you'll ask me, Aerolia and Koperkherene were the forerunners, and already the tertiary treated plant with the same UV from the Xylem side is installed and working for last more than 8 years. So anybody can see this plant. It is almost of a 20 MLD into 2 capacity. Same way, Nesapakkam, Coimbatore, Chennai plant, it is also with our UV system, 10 MLD into 2. Like that, see, if you'll ask me why I am showing you a case study separately, because this particular Aerolia and Koperkherene plant is for the non-potable reuse. The Nesapakkam is for the indirect potable reuse. These are few of the foreign also. After showing you Indian, this is for the urban reuse. You can go through the specification. The same way for the irrigation and the industrial purpose, you can use the same UV system. It depends upon the dosage at which you are designing the system. It is up to the consultant, it is up to the customer, and it is up to the municipal corporation at what level you want to reuse the water. So that all facility we are having, and that's why these different applications, case studies I am showing here, whether it is a disinfection of the high salinity water, like 200 MLD desalination project we are discussing, there also we are trying to pitch in this particular product category. The same way, there are so many irrigation related activities are there, but even again the industrial effluent discharge, you can use the same UV based system. Even like in Mumbai also, there are so many gardens. Like now where you will use this recycled water or the STP treated water. In Mumbai also there are so many gardens, open gardens are there. There are so many old lakes are there which we need to replenish. So we can use this kind of a reuse UV treated water for such kind of applications. So this is just because I heard that concern from Mr. Shirsat. So this is just a thought process for you. Now Coimbatore, even this is the one of the first project where not only SBR but SBR, UV and ozone. I have kept this as a last 4 slide. The reason being, This is the first plant which was installed in India under Amrut program in Coimbatore, but the water was supplied to the industrial use, where the ozonation system, with the help of the consultant, the TC was the consultant also in some of the even this the same kind of a project we did it in a Bangalore also, still it is in a commissioning stage, but with the help of so many technical expert, we were able to pitch this ozone system in the last stage. The reason being, with the respective, this Coimbatore is such an area where number of people, number of industries like L&T construction was there, Hyundai was there, even that particular area is known for the textile industry. So the applications were different, the inlet parameters were different, and because of which this ozone was implemented there. And same water is like a crystal clear water. We have been listening about the Singapore plant. This water quality is same as of the Singapore. So this is the entire scheme. I can share this presentation in a later stage. So we have already talked about all these processes, and these are some of the costing related parts which I have mentioned here, but I will skip this particular slide. Already we are aware about this CPHO new norms and the where we can use such kind of a treated UV and ozone treated water. And this is just it was a very interesting from the WaterNext solutions. It is already elaborated here also. And these are so many references, as I mentioned to you, Make in India. There are so many UV and ozone references in India from our side. What question sir had asked to Dr. Salvi also, the answer is this. You can, yes, with the same existing setup, by doing the retrofitting, you can get the same NJT norms. Even if it is a 30-year-old or 40-year-old STP plant, we can do it miracle in that also. So this is all about from my side. I will not go in depth. Thank you.
So we have come to the end of this session. I would like to call the session chair, Colonel Tatwavadi sir, for his concluding remarks.
Thank you. Dr. Pradeep Kalbar started his presentation on role of city and building level interventions for water recycling. He has advised all of us to consider the gaps which exist in the management of urban water and wastewater as opportunities, accept and learn from the mistakes we have been making traditionally in the development of these systems. Sustainability and resilience in urban water management as the keywords for development of projects. Curative and preventive aspects of wastewater management, and appropriate choices of technology and processes and scale where we go wrong. And in fact, all the three aspects are where we go wrong. He has proposed a scale for cities to combine our thinking, apply our minds while developing the plants in different cities with different populations, different quantity of sewage generation, and use of appropriate technology, which could be a mix of mechanical and natural processes. Dr. Ajit Salvi spoke about the recycle and reuse of treated wastewater and present status and future plans for Mumbai. He talked about the conveyance systems, how they are neglected in wastewater management, negligence in the operation and maintenance of the wastewater systems. He also quantified the economic loss on account of the the pollution which happens in the cities, and how change in mindset is necessary to ensure that the reuse, recycle gets its appropriate position in water management. He also spoke about the conversion from linear to circular economy in the water and wastewater. He spoke about the 7 sewerage zones and the reuse of treated water from 13 plants, and how the efforts are being made by the MCGM to position this as a product for sale among different prospective consumers, and it is a good thing that it is being considered as an economic good and being marketed as such. The fact that about 1,270 odd million liters of water will be tertiary treated water will be available for reuse within the city is a welcome development, and hopefully in the next 5 years lot of this water will be available, and we will hope that this will ease the pressure on the existing water sources where Mumbai gets its water from. Mr. Prakash Sirsat spoke about the reuse policy, its implementation and challenges. So he spoke about the fact that treated water for reuse has to be brought back into the city through some kind of conveyance system, and the fact that these wastewater treatment plants are at the edge of the city and bringing them back is going to be a challenge, and that challenge will have to be overcome if we have to reuse this water. He spoke about the discrepancies in the quality norms and the mix, the problems or the choices in technology selection, issue of sludge management, whether we will need a separate network, separate plumbing for the distribution of this treated wastewater, storage of treated wastewater. These are all the challenges. He spoke about the tariff, the cost of the treated wastewater, how it has to be supplied, the quality assurance and quality control issues related to management of this wastewater, the procurement process for the various contracts which will need to be gone into by all the agencies involved, all the stakeholders who are there. At the society level, in a city like Mumbai, he spoke about the discount of 5% given to the cooperative societies which may install the wastewater treatment plants, but there are no clear guidelines as to how to realize this 5% discount from the municipal corporation in the property tax. So there are some missing links here. Yeah, the service level benchmarks which call for 20% water reuse in cities and 40% for industrial applications. Actually, how much of this is happening? In fact, if Mumbai is able to get that 50% water reuse, that will be a huge benefit to the city. And the capacity building to handle all the systems, the technicalities, the procurement processes, and even at the society level, if we have to have these kind of small plants, then the operators and the technical people and the technical know-how that is required. So these are the various challenges which are associated with water reuse within the city. Mr. Harshad Rane from Xylem, he gave his company profile and basically touched on the issues related to the use of ultraviolet radiation in wastewater reuse and ozonation as one of the very potent disinfectant which is being used in some water and wastewater applications. Ozone also has a problem of being an extremely corrosive disinfectant, and therefore wherever ozone is being used, there is an issue of ozone stripping, and these go together. As far as the UV is concerned, it is being popularly used not just in India but all over the world, and different grades of UV treatment are available. Vedeco is one of the most popular UV system online and in pipes, and there are several what is it called? There are several plants which are using their UV systems. So thank you very much. With that, we come to the end of this session. A quick tea break for 15 minutes, and then we proceed with the next item on our agenda. Thank you.
Then you can stand there also. But that will be better. ठीक है. Stand there. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Happy evening. So the next session is by Shweta Lokande on Jal Vishwa, a decision-making aid for wastewater treatment selection, technology selection. Shweta Lokande is a Prime Minister's Research Fellow pursuing PhD at the Center for Urban Science and Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. She is a civil environmental engineer by graduation and training. As part of her doctoral research, she is working on understanding the challenges of wastewater sector in India. Today she will be presenting on Jal Vishwa decision making aid.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah. So the topic I'll be presenting on is Jal Vishwa, which is a decision support tool prepared for that can facilitate appropriate treatment technology selection for urban local bodies. So in the morning also, in one of the presentations, we looked at the zeroth law, that the appropriate technology choice at every context. So that is of utmost importance. And the one-size-fits-all approach fails in wastewater management, particularly because of the different contexts and the different complexities of the actual sector. So the overall approach of wastewater management is important. And when we are talking about the technology, aspects such as the end use of water, who is the client, are there any recycling opportunities? So all these questions need to be addressed before we jump onto the technology choice. And in this regard, decision support should be facilitated for the urban local bodies that can help them assess and analyze the different trade-offs that exist in wastewater treatment. We all are familiar as environmental engineers that land versus energy trade-offs exist in wastewater treatment. So if you want to achieve wastewater treatment in low, in less land footprint, it will be at the cost of energy. Similarly, if you go for low-cost O&M based technology options, it will be, you will have to incur some land. So these trade-offs definitely exist, and decision support systems can help facilitate technology choice based that can consider these trade-offs in decision making. So with that brief, I would welcome all to Jal Vishwa. So basically this tool, it's a free tool which is developed by as part of one of the deliverables of a DST funded project, Innovative Center for Eco-Prudent Wastewater Treatment Solutions. It is a collaboration of 4 institutes in which IIT Bombay had a deliverable of coming up with this decision support tool. So as part of Jal Vishwa, 2 tools have been developed. So I'll just walk you through the frameworks that go into the tool, and then I'll walk you through the screenshots of the tool and how it can be used and all. So first of all, life cycle costing. In earlier presentations also, we have looked at the significance of incorporating life cycle cost, and it's not just the capital cost, but over the life cycle of, since sewerage infrastructures are long term, are planned from long term perspective. So it's the replacement cost, O&M cost, and also with recycling coming into picture. And we saw that there are several opportunities for selling the treated wastewater. So revenue generation can also be imbibed, and this is the cash flow diagram that goes into the tool that has been developed. So basically, life cycle cost can help in assessing the trade-offs between the capital and the O&M cost for different technologies. And the standard IS code method has been imbibed as an algorithm into the decision support tool. Similarly, when we talk about different criteria for decision making, it's essentially a multi-criteria phenomena, because we have to balance sustainability, resilience, and all. From these dimensions, we need to tackle the problem. And it's not just the technical performance-based aspects. Apart from that, the urban local bodies need to move on the path of circular economy. Economic, like it has to be affordable. Social, in order that the technology sustains, it has to be accepted by the public. Environmental aspects amidst the sustainability development goals. Urban local bodies are mandated to or internationally committed for different sustainability development goals. And also resilience, as Professor Kalbar also mentioned in his talks. So basically, we need to approach the problem from different dimensions. In this regard, the decision-making framework for Jal Vishwa incorporates the selection of basically identifying different treatment alternatives, then defining the scenario and the indicators, as I mentioned in the earlier slides, then data collection and weighing of the criteria, and basically multi-attribute decision-making. So this is one of the TOPSIS is one of the popularly used multi-criteria decision-making for wastewater treatment. So I'll not go into the mathematics of it, but what I just want to mention is, like, in the tool that I will be walking you through, it's no black box. There is scientific research and substantial research goes into the tool that has been developed. And based on this, basically, scientific algorithms have been embedded in the tool. So this is the link to the tool, and since morning I have been behind the speakers to restrict time. So in to cut short on the time, I have included the screenshots, but all of you are free to explore the tool. The link and the QR code are provided here. So first of all, it will ask you to register yourself as a user, and after that, you'll be redirected. You will again have to click on the link there, and then you will be redirected to the tool. So this is the home tab of Jal Vishwa. So the vision is like water for the world and water for all, because it's like infrastructure which we make, the resources and the investment that goes into its making, it has to sustain, and hence the sustenance of the infrastructure is the focus behind this. So basically, there are several tabs, like whatever research and whatever theoretical aspects or information that you need to use the tool, all of that is there in the all the tabs. So yeah, then so on the left hand side you can see there are two tools, the life cycle costing and the technology selection tool. So firstly, it's the life cycle costing tool, in which the first aspect is the project details. So earlier also we have had the discussion about the land cost. Like in life cycle costing, if land costs also are incurred, then the land costs vary from place to place in a diverse country such as India. And in this case, like if the considering the varying land and the energy prices, the life cycle cost of any of a same technology will also be different in two different contexts. And that is the reason why we have incorporated this dynamic life cycle costing tool, so that for the given context, the life cycle cost can be computed. Similarly, the components of like in terms of capital replacement and O&M cost can be provided, and a facilitation of revenue generation is also be made in the tool. And the replacement cost is incorporated in two ways. Either you can take it as a percentage of the construction cost, or it can also be provided in terms of like different part-wise replacement, depending on how the data for that technology provider it is. So this is the report which gets generated. So basically, there is the input side, like what has been inputted, and accordingly, like the tool computes like what factors are used as per the IS code method, and then for that given technology, it will give that okay, which is the net present worth of the technology over the life cycle with and without revenue. So this is how the life cycle costing tool can be used. The next tool. The next tool is the technology selection tool. So in which like the life cycle costing. So as it's not just the cost, but other dimensions also go into the decision making. So this particular tool helps in assimilating information from different dimensions and then arrive at a decision. So in the tool is flexible enough, so you among the given indicators also you can choose any of the indicators. There is a provision to add any extra indicators as well. Similarly, different criteria can also be integrated. Then the next step is like scenario selection and the technologies. So technologies also there is a provision. Okay. So with respect to scenario, if no scenario condition is selected, then all the weights like what we give to all the criteria, by default equal weights get added. And if we have to give different weightages to different criteria, then in that case we can go for scenario based decision making. Similarly, technologies, so there is a provision to add any other technology which is not present in the commonly used technologies in the tool. And then once you press the submit button, this decision matrix gets created. So this decision matrix is a matrix of the technology versus the indicators. And based on that, like as I mentioned, the provision of weights is also there, in which if let's say cost, or if any particular indicator is to be given more weightage in decision making, then accordingly this can be changed. And the next part is like cost versus benefit indicator. So for example, all the costs or cost indicators are those whose like increased value will be not favorable. So let's say net present worth. Higher the net present worth, it is not good, or basically lower net present worth is suggested for decision making. So that's why it becomes a cost indicator. Similarly, if you talk about benefit indicators, then let's say resilience. So higher the resilience, more beneficial it is to the system. So it becomes a benefit indicator. So in that terms, any indicator selected can be attributed as a cost or a benefit indicator. So this is just an example in which like some of the indicators have been selected, and then this decision matrix, like if it is filled, this is based on prior research, and the technology, like the selection report that gets generated from this tool is in this format. So basically, the overall scores from the multi-criteria decision making, the TOPSIS method. So those scores get computed, and based on that, the level of preference is suggested or is attributed to any technology. And the mechanism is such that, let's say, a difference of 0.1 between the scores. So even like a minor difference of 0.1 is, does not differentiate between the technologies as most preferred or not preferred. So in that sense, because considering the uncertainties in decision making at different stages, a relative score of like a difference of 0.1 is also considered as equivalent. Who should be using Jal Vishwa? So the tool can be used by urban local bodies, engineers, researchers, and also clients or practitioners. Then how to use Jal Vishwa? Basically, we have to identify the context of decision making, the criteria, and then like wherever required. So basically, as you have observed in the framework, there are indicators which are both qualitative as well as quantitative. So quantitative data can be computed for a given context. Qualitative data, if you are selecting, you might consider seeking help of some experts. And then when you are using the life cycle costing tool, it's suggested that the component-wise cost data gets sought. And while comparing technologies, it is also important that you are using data to compare of similar, based on plants of similar capacity. So let's say if you are comparing a ASP and an MBR, so you cannot compare data of like a 10 mld SBR versus a 100 mld MBR, and likewise. So in case of technology comparison, you should use the data for plants based on similar capacity. So that is also one thing. How to use Jal Vishwa? So basically, in this current version of the tool, data has not been embedded. So it's just the algorithm that has been embedded in the decision-making tool, particularly because data is very dynamic. Like even for different technologies, even for different locations, the prices and the rates might vary. So no one can claim like any data, hence that is not embedded. What is important is that it facilitates the decision making. So basically, without any computations or without any understanding of the MCDM or the multi-criteria decision making, one can just use the tool to get to compare the different technologies. So it can be used by consultants or practitioners who have the situation that okay, for a given context, like which system to design for. And also it can be used by different urban local bodies. So let's say basically a chief officer has to decide, okay, which among the plethora of the treatment technologies, which technology is most suitable at that particular city. So in that regard also this tool can be used. There's like a tendency for manipulation of the tool usage if only one user or the technology provider uses the tool. So basically this can be overcome by facilitating like the inputs in the decision making from different stakeholders. So let's say if the chief officer is the ultimate user of the tool, and then in that case the technology provider can provide the data for the let's say for the costing parameters. The qualitative data can be sought from different experts, and the end goal, the end decision is with the urban local bodies. So the urban local body can be responsible for assigning the weights, which will ultimately decide the guide the decision making. So in this case, there is no way of wrong usage of the tool as well. And considering like the resilience and the sustainability what do we say, pressures on the urban local bodies, this tool is definitely has a futuristic vision, and as it focuses on the sustenance of the created infrastructure and not just the costs. So it is useful in accounting for the non-monetary aspects which are associated with the wastewater treatment. In this regard, knowledge dissemination among different stakeholders is of utmost importance, right from urban local bodies to the practitioners or consultants, the industries who have at sometimes specific or customized requirements, and also young students who will be the future of like the water and wastewater sector. The tutorials regarding how to use the tool, how to go about the usage of the tools have also been recorded, and you can find them on the different tabs of the tool. That's a QR code for the YouTube playlist of the same. Although that is freely available, despite of that, we will be happy to conduct any further detailed training sessions regarding the usage of the tool for different stakeholders. So I would like to acknowledge the funding by the DST project for this. Thank you. So as I mentioned, like any new technology also can be added. And the thing is, you can see the most commonly used technologies, the date, and for those, some technology fact sheets have just been provided in terms of how that technology works. As I mentioned earlier also, there is no data as such that has been embedded, because data itself varies from the technology providers, or varies depending on the context. Yeah.
NVR.
Yes, yes.
So there are 5-6 technologies.
Yes.
Okay. So whether all has been included, or you have only 3 technologies in the drop-down menu?
No, all in the drop down you can select any. You can also add any new technology. Yes. Any other question?
Thank you, Shweta. The last session of the evening is a panel discussion on urban wastewater reclamation and reuse. So I would like to invite the moderator of this panel discussion, Dr. Pradeep Kalbar, to take over.
Yeah, so I think the plan was to have a panel, but couple of panelists are not arrived. So instead of that, I think we can go for a open discussion for whatever questions that we have been deliberating since morning, and if any, let's say, points that needs to be reaffirmed or clarifications needs to be done. So, but as two of panelists are here, I asked them to just briefly give their view on the entire aspect of wastewater recycling. Mr. Anil Rai is here from AECOM. Please introduce yourself and just share your view. You can come here. Yeah. Sir, next after you.
Thank you, sir. My name is Anil Rai. I work as a technical director for AECOM, looking at the global team into the treatment domain. So sorry, sir, I don't look into the conveyance systems, but but I do recognize the fact the most problem is taking, it's like taking a patient to a doctor. Doctor के पास पहुंच गया तो definitely it will be treated. We have technology, we have alternates. Now coming to the question, from where I see recycle, reuse, and I was supposed to present, here on the recycle standards globally and from Indian perspective how it looks upon. Some reason I could not present, but then where I see is, as you mentioned about the Kolaba. So I was working for Black & Which before I joined AECOM 2 years back. We had that master planning. So I was involved in the Kolaba master planning, and after doing all designs, taking up workshops, going to each and every big users in that region, initially we were very excited about 37 MLD recycle ho jayega. The reason, you have big houses where BMC has control, where the state government has control on them, where the central government has control. But recycle line, see where it will reach. It will be a big pandemic. So many issues are there, but yes, I see an opportunity. Only so many of you have mentioned that 37% only is treated. There is an opportunity, but my personal view is that going decentralized way at the building level, at the society level. High rise is already mandated that if I don't recycle, the amount is already deducted from the your fresh water supply. So we are doing that internal, but as long as the tariffs, I pay 6 rupees for 1000 liters, I don't mind paying extra. I can bribe someone, I can do, the monitoring is not there, policies are not there in place yet. It is too, it's not matured enough, but at least the thought process is coming. I have worked as a consultant, I have worked as a EPC contractor, I have worked from the client end side. I see the gaps. Still, it's not bad to think about, but it's too early to say that it will be implemented. I don't want to quote anyone. When we used to talk with clients as well, they want everything Singapore model. Oh, Singapore jaisa kar do sab. It's not that possible. Singapore has arrived to a state after 30 years of fight. No, today they are at a situation, everything is recycled. We say unka prime minister pita hai, unka ye pita hai, but it takes decades. With all the small city, planned city like Singapore, still they take 3 decades. And Mumbai is not that simple. As Sirsa sir was saying, we are doing 1200 MLD recycling tender is out. Construction ho raha hai. Where are we going to sell it? How are you going to sell it? Is there a market? But only good point is at least we are thinking about that. That's my view. It's too early to say that we'll be arriving, we'll be achieving 1200 MLD of recycle. Not easy.
Yeah, thank you. Argadi sir, yes. So Argadi sir has worked, I don't know how many, 40 years in MCGM.
Yeah,
on water.
I am a clean water man, so I won't be able to speak much about this treatment processes, and of course this is a very timely issue is taken very timely. Technology, there is no doubt that technologies are available for treatment, but there are some inherent issues are there. In the morning, for the first session itself, Colonel Tatwadi said that there are different uses require different standards of treatment. Now it is, of course, it is, but it is not possible to treat that water for different standards. I mean, you can't treat it in one treatment plant different type of water for different levels and distribute it for one for gardening, one for industry, or one for other flushing purpose. So that band is to be fixed. I mean, you can't have the different distribution systems. Similarly, this Banganga project was discussed at 1.5 MLD plant. It involved, I mean, I was there in the distribution department at that time, and that treatment plant is at sea level. That Raj Bhavan is situated at the hill, Malabar Hill. It involves about some 50-60 meters of pumping, about 4-5-6 kilometers of pipeline. And again, it was also thought that one branch will go to Pridarshini Park. That Pridarshini Park is again at the sea level only. I mean, it is very, very low level. So, I mean, it is not, that distribution is not, I mean, that you just treat it and distribute it is not that easy. Even this 1200 MLD water is treated at the various endpoints of the distribution system. Hydraulics is totally reverse. You cannot have the existing distribution system used for this. Even if you treat at potable level and you ensure the quality, you cannot put into the water distribution system because hydraulics is reverse. All those pipelines at the end are of small diameters. They cannot take the water in reverse direction. So we have to have the separate distribution system there is one other thing that I have read from newspaper only, that this water will be taken to primary source. I mean that Vihar Lake or somewhere. Vihar Lake is again situated at 82 meters of THD. These all treatment plants, recycling plants are at 25 to 30 meters is almost THD is the 29, 28 to 30 meters. So it involves a huge pumping of about 60 meters or so. And again, you cannot convey this water through pipelines. So you have to have a tunnel conveyance system. And tunnel conveyance system, this pumping, I mean, these all costs is to be taken into account. And another issue came up that even smaller treatment plants also, that cost of supplying this treated water is almost more than the treated or potable water supply. But that has also need to be rationalized, because our potable water supply production cost itself is about 15 to 20 rupees per kiloliter, and we are supplying at about 3 to 5 rupees at subsidized rates. So if we rationalize that potable water cost, then this can be brought somewhere in the reasonable limits, that treated water, recycled water cost. So I mean, these are the things which need to be considered while going or taking up this such projects at such a large scale. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, so I think there are these are very different kinds of issues, and different cities have different flavor of the problem, and also it topography, population density, land use patterns. Different cities have different conditions.
Dr. Kalwar, see, at present conveyance system of sewerage system, entire Mumbai is in the redevelopment phase now almost. You see that all those buildings which are in 1 FSI are redeveloped in the 3 FSI now. So what will happen to that conveyance system? Whether Dr. Salvi or Sir can
Are there any flooding cases happening? No, not yet. Is there enough capacity?
Flooding, actually, this is peak, yeah. So actually, so far our network is taking the load, sewerage network at least, wastewater network. Pipelines are okay, but in future, there was one student from your department only, architecture student. So I had given her a project specific, because we don't have data. So in any particular area, like in Worli, if Century Mill is redeveloped, so what about the after the project? What is the situation of sewer line there? What is the situation of traffic there? What is the situation of fire brigade? All the utilities. How this change has been affecting to the existing utilities? All the utilities, even in electricity. So such type of study need to be done, because as on date we are not care about that. We are just redeveloping. So we are not thinking about anything. So now we have to start the study. So we don't have data.
Kalwar sir, lots of work for
I'm thinking you take early retirement. Don't. There is no hope with such situation,
Yeah. At a point, I just hear about the rationalizing the potable water which BMC supplies. Now, once you start thinking about that and you reach to a number, say 15, 17, 20 rupees, realistic number. Okay. The discussion will come up again based on mindset. Why not desalination? Why reuse? So that is a second monster that we need to think of. We need to change the mindset, because once you set up an infrastructure saying we are recycling, reusing,
cost is projected very falsely actually, because they are not considering the land cost. The land cost, if you consider land cost, if you consider the power and inflated power cost over the year of 30 years or 40 years, then the desalination cost will definitely go much higher than this.
Undoubtedly. But sir, the mindset issue comes into, I know, and with India, region, if you see,
So-
still Western countries are accepting the
Let's
fact.
say currently what is the cost, let's say for desalination and let's say brackish water, UFRO recycled water, both can give the same quality. What is the cost ballpark number?
So for, say, it will be around 60 rupees. not
60
less than
rupees
that.
from
50 to 60 realistic
seawater.
cost. I am not considering the
I'm
land
saying
cost. If you
sea-
monetize that, yes.
50, but brackish water recycling using RO, let's say UFRO.
So it will be cheaper than that, no doubt about
How much cheaper? It will be 30
around
rupees.
35 to 40.
No. But still, it is so. So
35.
the question is, MCGM could have gone for a recycling based on UFRO instead of desalination. Means that. So these are the questions which needs a lot of attention in the.
Even desalination success stories are also there. Even recyclable, wastewater recycling success stories are there in the same city. If you take Chennai, so in Chennai, desalination is one of the major source of drinking water. But in the meantime, as he also pointed out, one of the case that Coimbatore, they are for the past 10-15 years, they are supplying the treated wastewater to the industries.
And they are generating revenue.
Yeah, they are generating revenue. Yeah, they are generating revenue. So more than 15 years they are doing it.
Chennai doesn't have any surface water sources in 400 kilometer category.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Mumbai we have
Yeah, that's right.
surface water available in 400
So that is the reason margin it is case to case.
Case to case, it is case to case. That's why, yeah.
no alternative.
I think the case study which I had shown in my presentation, it is dated 2009. And the last township in our country started coming 2007-8 onwards, when there was a boom in real estate. Many foreign companies come. Tishman Spear, one of the large developer in US, they have come and they appointed us as a consultant for 400 acres development in Hyderabad and about 100 acres in Chennai. And that was the first instant when we really started thinking about the recycle. And they were behind us, you don't worry, you do it for the entire township. Okay, and that was the first large project which we have done. Unfortunately, economically it has become unviable, but I had taken the same thing for the Bengal Electropolis. 1700 acres, large project, 38 ml water requirement. And since that time, we never looked back. On every greenfield project, we are giving recycled water separate network, drinking water separate network. Delhi-Mumbai industrial corridor projects by central government. Even they have insisted, even AECOM team was also with us. They also had some townships. So all the townships, they made it compulsory for all consultants, they made it compulsory, these proposals. So this last decade, particularly 2010 to 20, on greenfield projects, recycle is more or less becoming mandatory, at least for the large developers. I think we need to take it forward to the small developers so that they will adopt it. And even a society where I am staying in Thane, we have got separate plumbing lines. In toilet, we are getting the recycled water, we are maintaining our STP. It is little expensive, sometimes breakdown and other things we are spending a lot, but yes, we are maintaining it and it is compulsory also. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, any other questions, comment?
Just a point of discussion, or you can think about. See, as I said, in one of the various discussion I am involved in various forum, particularly this is the point. What should be the rate for the recycled water? And when you are comparing with the fresh water, say you will find that fresh water is highly subsidized and also and so forth. And as against, then again, whether it is a municipal corporation, state government, or anybody, they are thinking about what is the total cost of the recycled water, and they are trying to sell that for what? Maybe at no profit, no loss. What idea or what thinking I put forward is what? Ki as per NGT guidelines, secondary treatment is compulsory. So that is what for the discharge. So whatever cost component, that is what you are disturbing the environment, and for that purpose you have to pay that. That is a payment for you, whatever you are disturbing. Is it okay or not? So for example,
that is called pollution abatement cost.
Yes, yes. So that second up to secondary treatment, that whatever cost is there, that should not be considered for the recycled water. only additional tertiary treatment, maybe TSS 10 to TSS 5 or whatever it may be, whatever additional component of the cost, that should be taken into account, and that will be most cheaper. And with that cost, we should sell the treated water. Then I put this particular, those who are doing any MBAs and all, those who are aware, particularly from the private sector, there is a strategy called as what? Market penetration. Market penetration. So we should think about market penetration strategy with what? Lower cost. And over a period of time, he has rightly said that Singapore take 3 decades, no? So with this, let us do the market penetration for 5 years. People will be habitual with what? This water. And then like other experts in our multinational or so experts in our India, those who are taking the cost higher, their rates higher, then government can also do slightly increase the rate. That can be the idea. But I think that particularly in our government forum, it was not digested at that time. But let me tell you, this is the way. Otherwise, if you compare 5 rupees with 15 rupees, 5 rupees with 20 rupees, no way it can be compared. Thank you, sir.
You see, everybody talks about making India a developed country. By 2030, somebody says 2035, somebody says 2040 or 2047, 100 years of freedom. How do you become a developed country if you don't pay the actual cost of what you are consuming? This is my first question. And if you don't consider that, then all this talk about, conversion from linear to circular and all that is only just talk without any substance. If today your water production cost is say 22 to 25 rupees, are we ever going to pay 25 rupees per kiloliter of water in this city in which we live? And we consume water at the scale of 200 liters, some of the societies even 300, 400, 500 liters per capita per day, because it is at 5 rupees. Link the cost of production to the price of water, and then we should have this discussion on the development of the country as a developed economy and as a developed country.
So even I think many people would be interested to pay, but there is no framework also to get that charge. So, I don't think person who can afford 2 crores flat in Mumbai is not willing to pay the prices we're asking for. It's only the mechanism and the monitoring protocols are missing, and it's a governance issue, overall governance issue for the municipalities to go as very aggressive and politically supportive. Because then you have to have a metering and in place.
Is totally misleading. Say for example, when we talk about the GDP, there is a rise of GDP 0.5%, nobody understand. But when I say there is a rise of water bill by 8%, people think 8 rupees se bada diya. It is 8% of 5 rupees. You got my point? So that percentage is a problematic. Like say particularly taking on a lighter mode, we are in a ending. Say like what when budget is in budget aata hai na, that the finance minister talks about GDP rise by so and so, and there is what income is reduced by. Then over a period of time we get mad and then finally say income tax ka kya hua wo kal pata chalega. So that percentage, that is again a create issue, because every time, particularly sir, he is well aware, there is a news. I attend one forum where the chief guest was economist. Okay, and that time he said कि there is a problem is what कि when I say कि somebody says कि water rate is increased by 25%. He said, I'm not saying he said 25%. So people are not understanding. That time it was 4 rupees. So increase by 45%, 25% is what? 4 ka 5 ho gaya. But the problem what? The media puts what? The essential commodities like water, there is a rise by 25%. Gone. Dusre din morcha aana chalu. He has to go back. So that is also a big problem.
So one of the analysis we did with MCGM data, that even top 10%, 30% consumers, they might be willing to pay also the prices, but the enforcement in the protocols are not in place to get that telescopic billing and metering and monitoring, because not everyone will be able to pay. But there are many. Means in city like Mumbai, Pune, many people will be willing to pay that kind of amount of 20 rupees, 25 rupees. And then maybe societies also want to recycle. But as I said, first is technology providers, good technology providers, and the good service providers are not there. People want to sell the STP and go away. There are very few who want to in the maintenance business, because it's a headache business. So secondly, we are mixing grey water and black water for high-rise buildings, and in one of the hostels in IIT now, what I proposed and they are doing is to segregate bathroom water first of all. So dual plumbing to aayega, but first you have to make a dual drain, segregate the grey water, then you can using simple non-biological treatment also, you can recycle it for flushing, because the biggest headache is maintaining a biological system in your basement for high-rise buildings. So you can separate out your grey water, recycle it. Even kitchen water you don't have to take. You just take a bathroom shower water, recycle back for toilet flushing, because that match 20-30% will match to the flushing demand. And that's because for the sake of entire recycling, we are not able to do even 20% recycling at the building level. So, and then the concentrated flow of black water, if building is willing to treat, they can happily employ any of the available technologies from the STP that the whole day we have discussed technologies. And as environmental engineer, we understand you have a more concentrated flow, more it will be more easy for treating using biological treatment systems. So it will win-win situation. But again, those guidelines of dual drain, now people are just going for dual plumbing. I'm asking for dual drain. But I think that's where the entire challenge lies, at building level, and then at city level, decentralization at appropriate level scale we have to do. So I think overall we had a very nice day in terms of exchange of ideas and issues and challenges and network building. So if there are no comments, yeah.
Yeah. I have one very rather question to all those technocrats is that, is there any chances for this recycled water, like almost 50%, around 40% we are recycling. When we have a wet flow, when we have a monsoon, and Mumbai has a very heavy monsoon. Now let us forget about Mumbai scenario, let us think about Maharashtra scenario. Any chances to recharge the water to the secondary aquifer? Because in our water cycle, we get water from sea.
Yeah.
From sea, it vaporizes, goes to cloud, then we get a rain. So 4-month rain, that is our major source of water. Okay, that we store in dam, then treat it, then distribute it, and then consume, then treat it. Okay, and then again we are sending, if we are not treating it, again we are going to the sewer line and then going to the sea. So that is how cycle. But in between, for major portion, for many years, even for agriculture and even for residential also, we are having underground water resource. So that is also one of the input to our water balance chart. Now, for many years, we are keep pulling the water from down, and earlier the water table was hardly 100, 150 feet. Now, my forefathers are from the Khandesh region, so people to Dhule, Jalgaon, we are bore wells up to 350 feet. And that is not a situation. It is there in even up to Nasik and even up to Kalyan level also, where I stay. The borewell levels are going down. So let's say idealist situation of MCGM, that okay, 50% is recycled. Now we have a very ample amount of recycled water. Now we know that Mumbai water table is very high. So in Mumbai, we really that way don't enforce for the rainwater discharge or the rainwater recharge. So what is your view on that? Whether can we go there should be a clear handshake between the underground water board, because see the underground basins are not statewise. The underground study is totally different, and above surface and dam is a totally different.
There are two challenges here. One is estimating the potential of recharge is very difficult in urban areas because of the techniques available are not feasible. One of the workshop, I am not expert of groundwater hydrology, but the challenges that these people told me is to estimate the potential of groundwater recharge in a developed zone, because with the available methods of technologies, electrical resistance, those fail. So they can't estimate how much recharge is the potential.